Boys, it has begun. We are underway. So, what are we doing today? We are hosting the first ever, as far as I know, the first ever Trials tournament for Global. That's what it is. For those of you who don't know what Trials is, you can think of it like Mythic Plus in World of Warcraft. They have challenge dungeons where these dungeons in Throne and Liberty get increasingly more difficult, more modifiers, and to be honest, I just want to know who the best is. It's as simple as that. And today we have a tournament that we are hosting where 6 teams from all regions will be coming in and competing to see who is the best. Now, before we dive into this, I want you guys to understand I want you guys to understand that this is a test run tournament. Okay, so what does that mean? Well, we do have a lot riding on the line, bragging rights, as well as $900 in the pot currently. Any donation that comes in through this segment will be added to the pot and the players will be playing for it. But we have a huge tournament, much more larger scale, a lot more professionally done, January 8th. Okay, that is the first official tournament, and this is just us kind of working out the kinks, testing it, getting a feel for it, but we still have a stacked field, 6 of the best teams that I know of. So with that said, today I'm joined here by my good friend Flowers over here, and my new friend, I should say, Mr. Tanner, who's an expert in the shoutcasting industry. Everyone on this panel does have experience with trial dungeons. So guys, would you like to introduce yourself and tell us where we can find you real quick?
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, I'm Flowers. I mainly come from Black Desert, but I've been playing MMOs my entire life, and this is, Throne is where I've kind of absolutely loved. Do have experience in the trials. I've done up to 15 on almost all of the dungeons that have come out so far, which I think we've got them all now. So besides Torture Chamber, so I'm really interested to see some teams today do Torture Chamber. And you can find me at XP Flowers on Twitch. I stream almost every day. So yeah, that's me.
And I'm Tanner. My everything everywhere is Tanner_Metro. That's just my first name and last name. A lot of people think that it's like a Danny
really?
Phantom, and my name's just Tanner Metro. That's
a sick name.
Thank you. I'm a professional esports commentator. I typically work in like FPS titles or MOBA titles, coming from the world of League of Legends, Valorant, now Deadlock. But I'm an MMO enjoyer at my core, and Throne and Liberty has filled a space that the other MMOs have unfortunately left. So I've been super enjoying this game, getting hands-on with the game. I'm very excited to be part of this event because I think this should be happening more. So shout out Kanon, shout out this event.
Yeah, I'm excited, guys. Like I said, the whole purpose of this is to see who the best is. Once again, this will be the last time I say, actually probably the second to last time I say it, but this is a test run, so do expect some errors, some scuffery, okay? That, like, we didn't even have a trailer leading into this thing, so I assure you the one that's on January 8th will be much, much better. Today, we are going to be doing 2 dungeons, and let me explain the rules to you guys. We're going to have 3 rounds, and the trial dungeons that we will be participating in or be competing in will be Island of Terror and Torture Chamber. These are the 2 trial dungeons of the week, and these are the 2 dungeons that we are going to be seeing. So round 1, we have the 6 teams. They're going to be going and competing against each other. Well, actually, they're going to be competing against the time. They're going to go in, clear the dungeon on tier 5 as fast as they possibly can, and the lowest 3 times will move on to round 2. Round 2, we're going to do the same thing, but there's going to be 3 teams left, and the top 2 out of the 3 will go into the finals. And in the finals, it is going to be a head-to-head best of 3 matchup on Torture Chamber tier 5. So round 1, Island tier 5, round 2, Torture Chamber tier 5, and round 3, the championship round, it will be Torture Chamber tier 10, where the mechs kind of pick up a little bit. We are going to be talking about the actual dungeon mechs and get you guys familiarized with that, but before we do, I think we should showcase the teams. Let me pull that up. All right, so first we've got Gorilla Mode here. Anyone on the panel know or heard of these guys?
No, but I'm interested to see. Gorilla Mode is a name to call yourselves here. So hopefully they do take on that name Gorilla Mode and absolutely demolish this tournament.
And to caveat on that, I think they joined a little late. They were kind of not exactly last minute, but when I was looking at their team composition, they've got a bow dagger and they've got a bow spear, which are I believe the only ones out of all of the teams joining us with those two specs specifically. So they bring a little zest to the competition.
Yeah, I was going, we're going to look through all the comps here, but this comp in particular, it's one of the closer meta comps. I'm not the biggest fan of the bow dagger that's in there, but I mean, shout outs to bow daggers out there. It looks like we're going to get to see some higher level gameplay around that. But you've got the SNS Greatsword as tank. He's going to be providing the blood devotion and the key buffs that's through Willbreaker, blood devotion, that really staple and cement that SNS Greatsword as the top tier high level PVE tank class. And obviously you've got Zito on that bow wand that's going to not only provide marker cooldowns for everyone, but also that is just the top tier PvE healer. And they just fill out the rest of the composition with bows. They're just going to be just stacking that marker as it seems, and they're just going to have extremely low cooldowns. I don't hate this comp. Gorilla Mode is a team. It is the only team that's hailing from South America, so it'd be fantastic to see what those guys are up to. Next, we have Yappers. This is a team that just entered. They got the last slot here. My good friend Gochu here, he's playing on that top tier bow expo. And this right here is about as meta as it gets. I mean, bow staffs across the board. Sure, they don't have any expo daggers, but this is a juicer group.
Wow, look at that there. Yeah, all bows. I wonder if we're going to see any team not there have like less bows. Is every team have bows? I
mean, that's the meta, right? I mean, we're talking about high level competitive PvE content, and bow is meta. It's really what it comes down to. And notice, again, we've got the top healing and the top healer class, which is bow wand, along with Greatsword SNS, which is just hands down. I mean, I personally try to make SNS Spear work. It can work, but man, it just really falls off compared to Greatsword with what Greatsword can provide, mainly in the form of blood devotion. Moving on, we've got Michael's Slaves. This is an interesting one. I don't know what's going to happen with this, guys. They are going double wand comp. And, you know, at first I was like, okay, maybe like with a lot of bows. Nope, only 2 bows in this group. I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of at a loss of words. Tanner, what are you thinking here?
Yeah, my first thought looking at this team was they are bringing something different. They're one of 2 Templar tanks, which is that SNS wand. I think the SNS Greatsword really does kind of just take all. It does bring some differences to the squad. My question is, what parry are you running? Are you still running that SNS parry, or are you looking for clear times to get the stacks from that wand parry? So I'm really going to be paying attention to this squad specifically, because I think they bring just a giant question mark as to can the tank hold aggro right with their damage dealers? They've got Vanguards on the squad, who's insane Ret Pally from the World of Warcraft scene, who's playing this bow staff, which is just overtaken the scene, especially for this event. It's the highest DPS class that we've got, or the most DPS class that we've got. So this is an interesting team, to say the least.
It is. I'm going to love to see how fast they can clear the ads. We are, remember, playing Island of Terror and then Torture Chamber. They need to get through Island of Terror first. Team 4, we've got the Bunny Gang. Stealth Psy coming in on another SNS wand. We've got double wand composition here as well, boys. What do you guys think of this comp? Another 3. Oh, no, sorry. It is a 3-bow comp. I thought I saw 2.
Now, I'm interested to see, because this is running against the meta is what I like. I always like playing non-meta stuff. So I like rooting for a team that also doesn't do the non-meta. So I love seeing the Greatsword Spears in here. I love seeing the crossbow daggers. The crossbow dagger is actually meta damage-wise, but not seeing too much bows. Because honestly, I'm getting sick of seeing both good in PvP, both good in PvE. So I'm looking to see someone take the cake and beat out a bow.
Moving on to Team 5. Now this is a heavy favorite. Some say the #1 team in NA. Press W.
Oh yeah.
With the famous Soviet hammer at the helm, we got Sony, the most handsome man ever to play a video game. It's kind of crazy. He might be AI. Soviet hammer coming in with an SNS greatsword. Sony saying, F you meta, I'm going greatsword spear. Fortunately for the team, they're rounded out by a bunch of fucking, excuse me, by a bunch of bows. This is the reason why it's a test run, guys. This is a test run. I'm sorry. Like, this is like off the cuff. Listen, I'll have a script in front of me. I'll be better spoken, I promise. But we've got Ross, juiced healer on wand bow, Anumi crossbow bow, and then we've got a couple of bow staffs to round out the roster. Mr. Flowers, this is your favorite. This is your heavy favorite. What do you got? What do you think?
This is my favorite team because I have had the pleasure of playing with these guys here. And let me tell you, they are some absolute gamers, okay? Whatever happens, whatever bug or if anything unpredicted happens, Soviet will round them up and they will clear it 100% because I've seen it happen myself. This is a great team to watch, and I'm excited to see them play.
We got Hiker in the chat asking where is Sony's stream. Homie is clearly lost. Help him out, chat. Moving on to the final team. Now, where NA has their favorite with Press W led by Sony and Soviet Hammer, I think the global favorite is Team Failure. This is the only team to clear 2 tier 30s, I believe, on Carmine and Slaughter last week. They have YouTube videos. These guys are serious business, and I think if we were to pull it, these guys are the favorite. Failure coming in with Hades on SNS Greatsword. You got Crixie on the wand bow, excuse me, and this is a very meta comp. You've got Expo Dagger. You've got 2 Expo bows and a bow staff. Guys, this is as meta. I mean, you think these guys, this is an EU team, but you think these guys are Korean with how meta they're running. What do you think here, Tanner?
Yeah, so I think given like just the words that we're saying, we say Failure is seeming like they're the cream of the crop. They're at the top. I think it immediately makes you look at their composition, and teams will probably start to match this in the future or even in their games at home, because this is one of the teams that is running 1 bow staff, which we have 10 bow staff players across the 36 players that we have. 10 of them are bow staff, and Failure has leaned a little away from that and more towards the scout or the bow longbow, which you were talking about it the other day, Kanon. It just does so much damage. So this is definitely the team to learn from.
Absolutely. Anything you wanted to add there, Mr. Flowers?
Apparently I got word that they have 3 Bella Expos. So
free to play.
Oh.
They are fully free to play, by the way.
Free to play.
Absolutely. They grinded out the fragments for all those, by the way, is what I'm being told. But yeah, their damage output is going to be absolutely insane. And their cooldowns are even going to be more insane by the fact of 3 crossbows, multiple bows.
We're getting comms that it's 2. We're getting comms that it's 2.
Oh, it's 2. It's 2. Okay. But still, this is definitely going to be a team to beat here in the timing here, as they do have the perfect meta comp here.
Okay, back to the panel. Boys, I think we should talk about the dungeon. For those of you who are not familiar with Trials, I repeat, this is essentially like Mythic Plus. It is a timed run that gets increasingly more difficult. We have chosen to do Tier 5 simply because Tier 5 is the stage where most people kind of get stuck, and it is where extra mechs or enhanced patterns are introduced. This is also the tier where you start getting full blue runes for those of you who are grinding out the game. So this is a very great level to measure these players. Look, Crix and his team, Team Failure, they cleared tier 30 twice. Fantastic. But that doesn't mean they're the best at clearing tier 5 relatively quickly, and that's what it's going to take to make it to the next round. Who do you think? Who's your guys' favorites? Tell me. What are you guys thinking?
I think it's hard to say because I haven't seen failure, but I do just have a lot of faith in that Press W squad. It's Sony kind of being the outlier with the Greatsword Spear. I think it has a lot of damage upkeep, so I think there is going to be heaps of damage there. And then when you have a leader, right, that's the most important thing. You know, Soviet being able to. So just based off of what I've seen throughout the scene, knowing this Press W squad a little bit more than the rest, I think that's the team that is going to take the cake. Because like you said, Kanon, pushing a tier 5, finding ways to push a tier 30, which is insane numbers, is way different than dropping down to that 5. I think just because you pushed a tier 30 or even higher, being at a tier 5, it feels like everybody's on even playing field because they're all going to have a really good understanding of that.
And here's the thing about Sony here being an ally. He is a rank 1 gladiator. He's going to break the meta and show that something is insane. It's going to be him there. So having him on a spear greatsword is just like, that's, you know, with him, that's meta, you know, that he's going to make that work. It's going to be pretty interesting to see. And yeah, that's the only thing I got to say about that team. That is my favorite team, and I hope they take the cake.
Can I add that failure, Sunny Decree, aka Money Decree, did come through and put $500 down in the tournament, basically saying that failure is going to win the whole thing. So there is that as well.
Okay, to be fair to Sunny Decree, he didn't say that. He literally just put it down saying,
he
hey, we have a great tournament. But you know what? Let's run with it. He said NA was garbage.
Yes,
absolute shit. And they were going to show us how EU does it. That is what happened, and it's going to be crazy. But here, I want you guys to remember one thing, okay? This is a speed run. This is not about how fast you can take the boss down. That's part of it. But honestly, the guys that are competing in this dungeon, I don't think they're going to have an issue with the actual boss fight itself. I think a lot of these fights may be determined by how effective and how efficient these guys are with trash, especially in the championship round. For those of you who have not done tier 10 in the championship round, or not in the championship, but just tier 10 in general, I think you're in for a surprise, because this week it is a terrible modifier, which we will speak about later. But
yeah, so this is Team Gorilla. This is Team Gorilla?
Yes, this is Team Gorilla.
They debated us. I don't think they have their bow dagger user. I think, who was that supposed to be? That was supposed to be Batata, and it's actually crossbow dagger.
Crossbow dagger.
That makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense. But they do still have the bow spear. So Zako on the bow spear is kind of our one outlier on the day, really.
You know, I was actually seeing, people were mentioning this in chat, the spear is going to help them clear this trash phase very fast. So that could, any teams with the spear might be shaving off a couple of seconds here on these trash phases, which could give them a lot more time at that boss.
This is the POV from the bow staff user here. Interesting, they're taking the right route here, taking up the trying to clear a certain. You do have to clear a certain amount of mobs here to be able to actually progress through the dungeon. Looks like they're all stacking in this area here. Let's get a POV from the other teammate here. This is their SNS, excuse me, this is their other bow wand user, or excuse me, bow staff user. They're just mowing these things down. Not the tightest spread, but they do have some range with this AoE, Tanner.
Yeah, absolutely. And the bow staff does this so well. The damage from the staff, this Liberator class, there's a reason why it's the most played, just in general, because of how fast it clears. Get them on top of the oil, start burning everything down. And you mentioned at the top of the show, this is arguably going to be the most important thing, is not killing one mob more than you need to, but making sure that you don't have one mob less to be able to progress, because a lot of the time is going to come from moving their way through the dungeon, and then the cherry on top does just feel like the boss at the end.
Absolutely. I do apologize for the audio issues. I will try to get it sorted out for the next match. These guys were on a little bit of a time crunch here, but Right now, we are at 1 minute and 38 seconds and counting. It looks like they're about to get the butcher down. How are we doing here on time, guys? What do you think?
They are absolutely melting that butcher. I mean, keep in mind, this is tier 5, okay? So that HP lowering that fast on that butcher is pretty
I don't
impressive.
know. I don't know if I'm gonna. I don't think I can agree with you here. They actually saw the stealth mech there. I don't think it was
That is
super
true.
fast here. It'll be. Yeah, I don't know. Not really
We're
sure how they're doing
melting
on time.
fast till the end.
As you can see, they've got some quick specialization changes. This is what you'd expect to see from high-end PvE players. I love to see it as they head to the second elite boss here. Question is, sorry, go ahead.
They get that blitz in there, and I'm wondering the ability that they're using. I'm assuming they're going to try and get some double markers on, but I'll have to pay attention to see what they are resetting, especially these bow staff users.
Yeah, I actually, they should be able to get this down before the flame wall mech. I would be shocked if they didn't. Big loss of time if they didn't. They are burning this down pretty quickly. They're at 71.4% to progress here. That boss gets them through.
Nice.
Page has opened. 82.9% progress. Progress looks like they are on pace when it comes to the progress, but they're at 3 minutes and counting. I feel like this is a little slow, boys. What do you guys think?
You think it's slow?
I think it's a little slow.
Well, from what I mean, listen, most people out there cannot clear this fast. This is still very impressive.
Yes, let me correct my. Let me be a little bit clearer on my position here. I feel like this is going to be a little slow in comparison to the other teams, the top teams that are competing in this event.
I think this dungeon, especially because you have that mechanic there where you have to wait for the geyser, it does really matter how quick you're getting through that, because the rest of it, you're just running through it, right? But when you have those just static time sinks, that feels really bad. So we're, 320 getting to the geyser? This is our first team. Two things that we have to take into account is it's our first team, so that number to us, we can write that one down, and that's kind of our baseline that's being built. But these players have done this dungeon a handful of times in the last couple of days, but now they're doing it with this looming pressure, this cloud over their head that is this broadcast, that is this prize pool. So I would imagine we do see some of those hiccups that will unfortunately cost them, 5 to 10 seconds here and there.
Absolutely. I feel like this is probably the cleanest pull I've seen in the entire run. That was clean. They're heading into the boss at 4 minutes, 25 seconds.
Well, like I was saying, that spear just completely clearing. They bundled that big group up so that spear can take advantage of that AoE damage, which is just absolutely insane. So we have to see how they pick up the pace here with this boss.
If you're wondering why they are taking so long for the boss after that transition, it is very likely some of these guys were waiting for cooldowns entering into this boss, because the likelihood of these guys playing different specs for a single target versus the trash clear is extremely high. We're about to enter the first major mech here, the rat phase.
And two-person ping pong. I've seen some 3 people ping pong. I mean, quick to get out of that circle is Croak here. And he's deep on the outside. So it looks like positioning good basically across the board. Him and Batata just back and forth. It is that two-person ping pong.
First error. That's add 30 seconds to that. They go in for a quick wipe. A group wipe is plus 3 minutes. It's 30 seconds per death. They wipe there, and they've got to try again. I mean, this is I don't know how many more wipes we're gonna see. That one's got to sting. That one's got to sting, especially on rat ping pong.
What even happened there? Did he get hit by the fear ball?
What probably happened here is desync and lag. That area right there can be very... I'm actually being serious. Sometimes you're clearly out of the circle, but the game registers you late, and the game client has Kurtaki on top of your character, and he just goes all the way through it. It happens to me all the time with 200 ping. By all the time, I mean once. Much better. This might be another wipe here, guys. I don't think they're going to make it to the flower in time.
Well, and so yeah, that's heartbreaking. The way that they're ping-ponging is they're doing these like quick bites where Croak and Batata are just back and forth, up and down. And I think they need to let it breathe a little bit. They need to let Kurtaki get a little closer to the ping before he goes down and allows Pong to grab aggro. They're bouncing that back and forth, and it just feels a little awkward.
As they're waiting for the boss to wipe the group, you're gonna have to tack on another 3 minutes, guys. That is plus 6 minutes to the timer. Wiping on ping pong. This is something that is kind of I'm at a loss of words here. Unfortunate. Unfortunate.
Yeah, it is very unfortunate, but you have to remember the pressure. This
Absolutely.
isn't just playing at home, right? Like, it's easy for us to sit here and it's easy for chat to, have any type of feeling about it. But when you're the first person, the first team to go, you're on stream for the first time. And again, you're looking at the prize pool. This is so much more than just a tier 5.
It really
There's
is.
added mechs because of the tournament. These are the added mechs.
Absolutely. And let's not forget how difficult this is to pull off. Sure, we are talking about competitors here, but 99% of the player base not really clearing this effectively.
Yes.
As we continue, they do make it past the rat phase here. A couple of Q blocks coming in. The next major mech is going to be the fireballs from the sky. Got to hit the Q here. After a couple of attacks, we're going to see the fireballs rain down from the sky. Excuse me, you're going to see one more Q block, and immediately after the Q block, there it is. You're going to see fires in the sky. I'm surprised to see them not positioning the blue fireballs for this.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're just picking up the flames and gonna
up.
run them into the geysers in position. Interesting.
This is going
I
to
haven't
kill.
seen-
Yeah, this will be interesting to see. This might affect their stamina here. Taki's about to appear. Looks like they still have a little bit of work left. I can't see the runner. There is the runner, the POV. 7 stacks. He's doing pretty good.
Yeah.
He should have no problems hitting 0, Tanner.
Yeah, the runner in a really good spot here. So the next big thing coming out of this, right, is getting that fire again, making sure you get all those stacks off, and then hoping and praying that you've done enough to clear the bubbles from the squad. We also have to talk, right, Kurtaki under 34% here, so we're going to get 2 geysers on this. So it's, quick to the next geyser for the squad.
Geyser is up. Ping number 2. We've been seeing a few Q blocks that
Nice.
have been missed. They do push past 50%. Opening up the second geyser here. They're going to have to sit on the ground, wait for the runner to pop them out. There's the
Ooh,
pop. Clean.
I like what I saw there. They didn't even worry about Q block, flying, nothing. They all just took the damage on the landing to keep damaging as they were falling on the boss. I like to see that.
They
That
are
was pretty cool.
they are burning this quick. They're not going to even see the fire wave mech. These guys are actually juiced with gear.
Oh,
man,
Oh man.
We didn't even see it. What's the number? 9:36 plus 6 minutes is the official time.
And you see how well that run goes once they've got it down pat, and it makes it that much more heartbreaking that they had those 2 wipes, because
Man.
as soon as they got past the ping pong, it was smooth sailing. Like you mentioned, they completely skipped the mechanic. They just melted the boss. It's heartbreaking.
It's so unfortunate. And honestly, to give credit to these guys, or to cut them some slack rather, that first rat ping pong mech, guys, there is a lot of desyncing and some lag issues there. That the first wiped in the rat phase for those guys, to me, I'd have to go back and check the footage, but it really did look like there's a little bit of a desyncing issue, rather than like, hey, I was caught off guard, I choked. I feel like there are some technical issues there, but that's the name of the game. You just gotta dig early at the end of the day. That's unfortunate. They had some juice DPS though. We didn't even see the flame walls.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and for you guys that don't know, what we mentioned is that desync or any kind of bugs is up to our discretion, but it will not cause a reset. So something like that, we'll just have to power through and go through it, and that's subject to all teams. So that is unfortunate seeing a desync happen like that, but we can't always reset for any circumstance like that.
As Team 2 is getting ready, I'm waiting on the links from the mod teams. Mod teams, if you guys could please track the numbers and maybe organize it and send it to us so that we have the numbers on hand as far as like the team clears go, that would be amazing. I will be remembering that. Add that to the note. of things to do and prepare for the actual first big event. Guys, let's talk a little bit about trash while the teams are setting up for round number 2. What did you think about their trash time? Not the worst, but I felt like it could have been faster, especially with how much damage that team had. What did you guys think?
Oh, go ahead, Tanner. I'll let you take that.
Sure. I think jitters got the best of them because I think Flowers mentioned it. The first poll felt a little sloppy. It was a little spaced out. But when we saw the mini boss just before the final boss, the way that was played was beautifully. They just wipe everything clear and get up to the boss, and it just makes you think, right, that they just had to kind of get themselves collected early in the run. If we gave them another chance, which in the future, quite possibly, maybe the format allows, I think that looks a lot better, but they did get off to kind of a rocky start.
Now, I haven't seen a world record run. So in my eyes, that looked pretty impressive based off just me running my own thing. So I think they killed that. I mean, I'm interested to see. Apparently, we do have some world record contenders. So I'm interested to see the speed there. But I like the speed that they did that. It felt nice. The first boss, had you want to beat it before the invisible mech. But again, I think it was just jitters, like you were saying, Tanner. But I like their performance there. It was pretty solid.
We are waiting for team number 2. Let's take a look at the lineup here once again. This is not team 2. I apologize. Team 2.
I was gonna say we get them right off the rip.
My bad. Team 2, Yappers, I believe, is next in line. As we do have the links, we're ready to go. We're gonna try and fit this in before Queen Bellandir. We got 12 minutes. Queen Bellandir is coming out. We will be taking a short intermission for that. It is peace. Won't be long. Give us a sec. I think the boys are actually ready. Give me 1 second.
And this is a team that is coming off the couch, right? They kind of just showed up day of and were like, yo, do you guys still have a spot? Got you trying to get his team in. And they managed to do so. So it's one of our Crusader tank teams, right? Greatsword, SNS. We've got the Wand Bow Healer. This feels like, I don't know, maybe the NA standard, because we're seeing majority Crusader tank with bow staff DPS, and that's what this team is running.
They got to have some confidence there for them to just, like you said, come off the couch, be ready to compete. All of them last minute, not even knowing they're part of this, all coming in ready to game. So I'm interested to see that is showing a lot of confidence. So this is a team to watch here.
Here's the thing. One of these guys, okay, I guess he's watching the stream, sir. Put it down. It's your turn. It is your turn, sir. So we do have the POV. Gochu is one of my guys. He's a good friend of mine. He's a juicer. He's cleared a lot of high tier runs. I think this might be a sleeper team. Unfortunately, guys, I'm trying to check if I am getting audio. I got to test this out. Unfortunately, guys, I don't think we are going to have audio for this run either. I'm not sure what's happening. I will try to fix it during the intermission, but let me try and get some let's get some actual war music going. Yeah,
let's do it.
Here we go. Ready when you are. Round 1. Team number 2. Yappers. Let's see what they got. It looks like they are running a staff bow, double staff bow, X-bow dagger. Same comp we saw. We're underway here. I'm not going to use that big little thing, just to save time, but you guys can see the current play time on the top right, just under the minimap. They are taking left route, which is a little bit more common here for speedrunning. They are picking up that first pack. Interesting. I feel like that's a little bit of a waste of time.
Wow, picking up a big group of mobs here in the start. It's pretty interesting. I wonder where they're going to shave off that time, because it seems like they're going to rush that defeat progress percentage here in the beginning. So I wonder where they shave off that time later on.
They might shave it off on the second by going over the patio to the left.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that could be the strategy here. We're gonna have to see.
The screen shaker really adding to the cinema. The cinematic experience here.
It's quite interesting. Let's take a look at another POV. This guy's a gamer. He's got no screen shake on. This might be this might have to be where we go. He needs to click the hide button to stop share the little notification, but that's okay. We are underway on the butcher here. 1 minute 10 seconds.
Yeah, so the time to beat for Geyser, 3 minutes and 20 seconds. And really the time to beat now for the Butcher is defeat the Butcher before you all have to go shake hands at the flower. Is where you're at. So as far as metrics go, and they're still working on some of these trash mobs. Maybe they've gotten themselves their percentage and they're not too worried about it, but keeping a couple of shamans alive,
that's and that's a loss of DPS on the boss. Once you start attacking that boss, you are on a timer. As you can see, they are not able to actually clear it before that stealth mech happens. They are about to burn it down now. 1 minute 50 seconds, and they have not killed the Butcher yet.
The damage output from that first group on that Butcher was far superior than this here. I wonder were they busy too much killing the shamans there? They weren't all DPSing that Butcher.
We are moving up to the left side. They're 2 minutes at the gate mark. They're clearing at this pack, and looks like they are going to be pushing towards the next mini boss, Tanner.
Yeah, and not as much of a skip as I thought we might see. They stick around, make sure to clear those mobs there. They should have 2 more following them to the boss. So I'm not very clear on the specific number that they need to be able to progress here, but hopefully they have done enough, because having to go back and round something up would absolutely kill your time.
Not to call anyone out here, but I did see a couple of clicks on that skill bar. It is possible his H and V button are broken, guys. Listen, you never know. We need full context. Executioner going down and going down fast. 2 minutes, 55 seconds.
Ooh, the damage there is impressive on that Executioner. They
beat the waves, yeah.
They did recover a little bit of time here. We're 3 minutes going to the geyser. Unfortunately, that geyser just popped right in front of their eyes. And this is the reason why 20, 30 seconds could be very significant. I mean, obviously, it's very significant, but they're going to have to wait for this geyser to come up again, and that might be the difference. But as you guys saw from the first team that competed, it's all about not dying. 6 extra minutes were added to the previous team's time. As long as these guys don't die, they're at least ahead of one team.
I really love this too. There is no window of opportunity to miss any time there. So I would imagine the comms calling out when that geyser is starting to spout, allowing Moradin to play around with the specializations, because he wasn't just swapping one ability here and there. He was going in and changing specs completely for some of these abilities. So I love to see that this team is, having that wherewithal of, hey, do your thing. We'll let you know when you need to get ready to fly off of this geyser.
We're underway. 4 minutes, 8 seconds, and counting. The final elite boss melting and melting fast. Very, very fast right now. This is probably the cleanest pull.
Oh yeah, they don't have
just as good as the other.
Yeah, they don't have a spear, so I see why they chose to not aggro them all at once, to just kind of single target things down.
It's like they did group up just the right amount of mobs here. Once they clear this, they should be good to go. There it is. The gate has opened, and it's time to go through. Hopefully, they didn't burn too many big cooldowns doing this. Otherwise, they're going to have to wait to spawn Kurtaki. Let's see if they start right away. This team does have pre-marked pins, which is good. They're saving a lot of time right here. Shaved maybe 10 seconds off. Rat mech incoming. Let's see how they do.
And this is a 5-minute start on the boss, which is 40 seconds slower than our first group. But if they can do it clean, then the 40 seconds doesn't matter at all.
Here we go. Do they clear this? Our previous team wiped to this 2 times. This is called the ping pong mech. It looks like they're executing this relatively well. Gochu in the back. He's able to pull him out. Perfect execution. Here we go. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Stack on the boss. We're getting ready for the next mech, boys.
Yeah, that was clean. And it should be relatively smooth sailing, right? If we're pumping damage like our previous team in gorilla mode, then we can get through. Really just the geysers is the next thing to worry about. So their runner needs to be on top of their game here. You can't have jitters at this point. You just got past the hard part.
That's absolutely right. Flowers, what do you think? How's this run going for you?
It looks pretty good. They are absolutely melting this boss.
This is a lot of DPS, guys. Lots of DPS right now.
Very impressive. All I'm seeing is a bunch of damage numbers, but very smooth so far. Especially, again, this team got off the couch, got a group together for this. So it's pretty interesting to see how smooth they are running this.
That healer's about to get real busy real fast. Mana could be potentially a problem here. They were able to position for the blue fire coming out of the ground. Very experienced play. I was surprised to see the previous team not do it. We've got the next major mech coming in. I'm looking for a count. Gochu's at 6 stacks. He needs to take that to 0. Stamina could be an issue. We'll see how they perform in this next major mech. They're burning that boss down fast. I do not think we're going to see the fire mech. I do not think we're going to see it, but mana is a little bit of an issue right now for a few of their DPS, for a couple of their DPS.
4.
I thought there was a world where we saw them dodge the geyser.
Possibly.
10% on geysers is insane. They are doing, like you said, heaps of damage. So after this,
huge damage.
Hopefully all said and done. Yeah, pop the bubbles and just finish the run.
Finish the run. I don't know what's more insane, their DPS or the fact that that guy still has that tooltip coming up when he's in the air. We've got 7 minutes, 20 seconds, official time, 7 minutes, 21 seconds. They are the leaders in the clubhouse. Well done. Clean run, 0 wipes. I'd expect
like I said
nothing less.
Like I said there, I don't know if you noticed it, but see, this team, after the geyser, they forms changed and then fell to the floor, while the other team decided to not form change, decided to DPS the boss on the descend instead, which could save you some seconds. So I'm interested to see what team takes advantage of that here. Because that's what I wanted to see out of this tournament is where can you shave some time off, and that's definitely one I'm going to start doing. Is instead of form changing after that geyser, just DPS the boss and you land.
All right, guys, as we are entering, the next phase of the tournament. That phase being we're going to take a short intermission so you guys can do Queen Bellendear piece. That is what we're going to be doing. Okay, guys. So we are going to be I'm going to leave it on the intermission screen here, and we'll be back in probably about 7 to 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes. Queen Bellendear dies relatively quickly. Don't go anywhere. We've got the next 4 teams. Then round 2, then the grand finals coming your way. We're back. I hope you guys got loot at Queen Bellendear, but for now, it's all about that trial tournament. Let's take a look at the teams. Who is next? Yappers in the clubhouse. What's the official time? What is the official time?
7:21. 7:21 for Yappers.
7:21. Your leaders in the clubhouse. The next team we've got on deck, Michael Slaves. We are going to be able to see our first SNS wand in action. What do you think, Flowers?
SNS wand in action and a wand staff double wand action. Nobody should die in this one. There'll be no deaths with a double wand user. So.
Bro, that has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I know.
Well, this is also like, what does the aggro look like for the tank, right? Is the tank able to keep aggro when you've got, because your pumpers need to pump, you know, and losing Greatsword, you lose, I feel like, a good bit of damage for Franks here.
I think they should, generally speaking, you should be able to maintain aggro with just all sword skills, assuming you are taking what's necessary to hold aggro. However, he's going to be busy. He might not have time to heal, but they do have a healer. Surprised to see Funk Monk on wand staff. No bow, no marker here. I think Michael Slaves, Team Michael Slaves, has the least amount of bows in the entire tournament. Thoughts, Flowers?
Yeah, I'm interested to see like what people are pointing out in chat, me commenting on the damage outputs, because that's what I'm interested in. I like to see the damage output, see how fast that number that HP bar cranks down. So I'm curious to see the damage output of one. We get to see the Spear Greatsword in action here. See where it shines for that Sony group to take advantage of that. But also, Sword and Shield wand, Staff wand, and Spear Greatsword. You know, I'd love them to prove me wrong, but I think the damage is going to be a little bit slow here.
I'm interested to see if Azuna is actually running Blood Devotion as a DPS, but it looks like they are ready to go. As we're underway here, this is not the group. I apologize. Hold on. This is a different link here.
Looks like a practice run though here for Yappers.
This is a practice run for Yappers. Actually, you are 100% right. It is the practice run for Yappers. We are going to be replacing that, not give away their secret text here. Boom! Here we go.
That's the micro strat.
We have.
That's for higher tiers. The way we do it.
Here.
That's the micro strat.
We have.
That's for higher tiers.
And this team, Michael Slaves, is a team that features Vanguard.
Yeah, we've already talked about it. For tier 10, we should.
Aren't
we already doing that?
World of Warcraft players typically like known for the Paladin gameplay, but it's playing that Liberator bow staff here in.
I think we're everyone focus. I'm assuming someone will tell, but everyone just focus up.
I guess like it just shows the worlds colliding, right? Where
yeah, they're still in our channel,
MMO
so I think they'll tell
are
us.
continuing to push top-tier content in other MMOs.
Apparently, audio's coming through, Kanon.
We are getting audio coming through. Fantastic.
Doubling. They gotta meet the stream.
Yes. Give me 1 second. A little technical difficulty here. Yeah. We are not ready to go.
I don't know if we're just able to send it or
mixing up these links.
They're in our voice channel, so.
Yeah.
Team A. I actually do not
Assuming they'll
hear.
say something.
Hold on. Let me play this. Just give us a sec.
Let's go.
But we do have their audio.
yeah, my mana regen.
That's real.
Nice.
Yeah, we are going to be able to get comms for this one, guys. I'm trying to get, I think, one. I believe this is going through the same feed. Okay, you guys edited the links. Okay, I see.
That is so funny. People are Lucente watching. They pointed out that he has 50,000 Lucent chilling. That is funny. That's the first thing they look for. How much Lucent does this individual have?
You should have your Mana Guardian in your kits. Yeah.
I'm not actually getting. I'm not getting the second link.
Okay, I'm thinking how much Lucent you have.
We're gonna lower the volume just a little bit, so you guys can hear comms. Guys, we are. The second link is not working.
That's funny.
Second link is not working.
I don't know who's pausing.
Make sure you're getting the second link below. You guys can.
Are you all watching this? I'm not. No, I'm getting ready to go. So now I'm turning everything I don't need off.
Frank gave us the expanded view with the 8600, 8200.
We're gonna mute their comms for now. You guys can hear. You guys can hear Team A, I believe, right? You can't hear them now, right? Yeah, the second link is not working. So we are waiting on the second link from the team. Give us a moment. I apologize.
It's Tanner. It's interesting you brought up Vanguards is also I see what they call the Gladiator, a high contender World of Warcraft player. We have two of those because Sony and another team. So it's like they're clashing heads again here for that Gladiator title of Throne and Liberty. You know?
Yeah, and like Sony kind of did the. It's not a direct 1-for-1, obviously, but Sony kind of did the 1-for-1. You know, I'm a warrior player in WoW. I'm gonna do the same thing in Throne and Liberty, where Vanguards for me, right, being a Ret Paladin, that's your heavy melee DPS, like a little bit of casting in there, but melee DPS to now be this liberator. There's the second link,
There
baby.
it is. We're in. We got the POV from a tank and a DPS here. That's the Expo Dagger, the DPS carry of the team. Handsome looking man here. Here we
Those
go.
mutton chops go crazy.
Yeah. Oh man.
All right, we're gonna open up comms here, boys and girls. We're gonna take a listen. We will be talking over them, but I feel like this might be good to hear the actual sound from in-game. Let us know your feedback if you prefer it this way or if you prefer it the other way, where we just play music and watch their gameplay. Opening up comms. We're ready to go, team. Here we go.
Chill with our zero bow comp.
I haven't been paying too much attention to this point to the Guardians, but it looks like we're maybe worried about the survivability here, right? Running the Shield Guardian. The name escapes my mind, unfortunately. Lady Knight something. Whereas there's is it Steno or Steno, the heavy DPS Guardian. I didn't see what the last two teams were using, so if somebody in chat knows, please send it our way so that way we can monitor that too to see which of these teams are prioritizing.
Comms are open as we take a listen to the teams. They are taking the right route and going straight to the boss.
Ooh, bringing all the mobs to the boss here. I wondered, they don't have a... Oh, they do have a spear user. That is right. Let's see, this is what I like to see. If you have a... Yes, if you have a spear user, bring it. Oh, I'm sure he is. He'd have to be.
Love to see the Rake coming in, grouping this up on top of the boss. This looks like a much cleaner pull.
Oh,
much cleaner pull. 43 seconds on the clock.
Spear.
Yeah, it's stacked so well.
These guys are locked in. That's how we do it, boys. 50 seconds through the door.
Oh my god. See, this is why you bring a spear. If you're running the spear breaks the meta for me. The spear takes so many seconds off of the trash clear here. Look at the damage output here. Like, they're just melting.
This is these guys are flawless in their run right now, and it looks like they know exactly how many mobs they need as they pull more mobs, taking it to the boss. Comms are open, but it sounds relatively quiet as they start the second elite boss in the dungeon. 1 minute 26 seconds on the clock.
And this has to be, you know, the last couple of days of practice is practice getting the run down. But I'm wondering how many people were focused on the boss versus knowing exactly what the most optimized route is, because this is seeming to be that. This is as optimized as it gets for these guys.
Relatively quiet throughout this entire run. Can they time the geyser? Geyser's looking like it's boiling. Can they make it on time?
It's gonna be close.
Frank's gonna try.
But we can just keep going.
So our last two teams, 310 and 320 respectively to the geyser. This is a 2 minute and 10 second geyser, 2 minute and 15 second geyser. This is leagues above the last couple of teams that we saw.
Dog barking is part of the comms that we are hearing, but well-timed geyser, 2 minutes 22 seconds as they go into the last elite. And if it's anything like the first two elites, these guys are going to probably burn through this. They probably want to hold on to their longer cooldowns here.
It's crazy that we're hearing more from the dog comms than we are of their comms. That is insane here. Okay,
I believe that's a 77% on the progress here.
Another Rake and a man just stacked up so cleanly here.
Excellent usage of that Rake. The tank is doing a fantastic job. Let's take a look at the Dagger Expo here as he's burning through these mobs. 3 minutes, 3 seconds entering the boss.
That's geyser time for our other team.
They're going right into it. They are going right into it. 3 minutes, 13 seconds. These guys are flying. Can they execute the rat mech first? This is very efficient.
Wow. Yeah, efficient it feels like an understatement for this squad. But I think this is what we expected, right? And forgive me for not knowing all the names on this team, but when I talk about Vanguards, right, this is a team that's been pieced together with some very high-tier players. So the ideas coming into this one cooked together, I mean, you can see exactly what it does to go to have MMO brain, if we could call it that.
Excellent performance with the rat mech as they burn through it. Kurtaki, I cannot see the HP value, but it's looking like somewhere between 70% and burning fast.
Very fast.
I don't think we're going to see a flame mech here either, guys. They're being very efficient. This is a lot of DPS, and they are executing flawlessly. Q block coming in. Are they going to position themselves ahead of time? It looks like they're going to have to start moving right now if they want to position for the flame walls. It doesn't look like they are.
Oh, look at the HP bar.
We're just going to burn this motherfucker down.
Oh my god.
This is a fast run, guys. 10% on boss. Can they take it down before the smoke?
Oh my god. Geyser. This is insane. Look, they don't even care about the mech. They know that as soon as the boss comes back up, he's dead.
4 minutes, 42 seconds. This is crazy.
Oh,
huge time. 4:45 in the room, in the clubhouse rather. Holy,
that was
burning.
This is the
Dang.
first time we've ever played.
What? And that was with a great sword spear on their team. They completely blew that out of the park.
Oh,
That's what I like to see.
Boys, that was fast. 2 bows in that group, was it? I believe it was 2 bows. Let's take a look at the team. There you have it. 2 bows, and they were burning through that motherfucker. Excuse my Korean. Holy shit. I mean, Jesus Christ. No one was talking about this team until now. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I'm at a loss. Like, that was crazy impressive damage coming out there. Like, I wonder what, like, truly that was from, because as we know, bow is meta. You want bow, well, the bows. They just had 2 and completely beat out teams that had more bows than they did. So I really am curious what was the big damage in that group there. Probably that crossbow's dagger.
That really set the bar. Like, the times before, respectable, beatable, but now we still got 3 more teams to play, and you're looking at a 4:45 finish. I mean, if there wasn't pressure before, there's so much more now.
Sorry, I was picking up their comms even after. I was like, I gotta switch scenes to move it. Guys, trust me, this is gonna be way better on the 8th. This is like our practice run, okay? I'm sorry. Dude, I didn't even know what to think. I couldn't even speak in that last segment. They were burning through that thing. I was really hoping they would burn through it before. I'm surprised. I didn't know groups were doing it that fast in tier 1 at this stage of the game. I mean, Jesus, that was a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as that rat phase ended, that HP bar just started decreasing fast. I couldn't even get. I couldn't even speak. It was just going down so fast. I was like, wait, oh, holy, oh, like, my goodness, you couldn't even see a mech.
They were locked in. I mean, those rotations probably were on point, flawless. They were just gaming. Fantastic. I wonder what their actual PB is, but they certainly did a great job in front of thousands, really, and even more, maybe even tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands on YouTube when I do upload this. But I mean, congratulations to Michael Slaves. Here's the team once again. Frank's doing an excellent job on his SNS wand, saying, you know what, you don't have to play SNS Greatsword to be a competitor. What was the official time? 4 minutes and
45 seconds.
45 seconds. Under 5 minutes. That was a tier 5 run, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're ready for our next run.
Yeah, I do want to just to cap this one off for the damage conversation.
Yes,
Funk
sir.
Monk running wand and staff. I mean, the staff is obviously huge for a lot of these players, so they are getting a little extra oomph. That what they lose, I feel like, in the wand that they have on their tank and not having the great sword. Funk Monk is trying to pick up those pieces to add to, especially when the name of the game is clump it all together, burn it all down.
Absolutely. All right, boys and girls, let's get into the next round. I keep saying round, the next team. I apologize. Let me grab the scenes here. Like I said, this will be a lot cleaner on the actual day of the competition.
And this is Bunny Gang.
This is Team Bunny Gang. Let's take a look at the team here. Bunny Gang, stealth side. This is another SNS wand team. Although their healer is, in fact, running the bow. We've got 3 bows in this roster. 2 in the previous. Expo dagger coming in. And a great sword spear. I really think that spear is helping these teams clear the trash relatively quickly. I think you were mentioning that, Flowers.
Yes, for me, like that look of that team, I think that's the new meta. Adding that greatsword spear into the comp, or spear in general, maybe a spear bow or maybe a spear crossbow, but definitely you want one person at least to have a spear. If you're going for world record timing, you want 1 spear at least to clear these mobs fast, because that's what helped them a lot. That damage output on those groupings was insane, allowing them to get to that boss very quick.
All right, well, it looks like we're getting underway. The mod team, we are ready when the team is rather. Whenever they're ready, we're gonna get going, and looks like we're about to begin. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck. The bar is I don't know whether to call it a high bar or a low bar, but 445 is going to be tough to beat. And what it seems like ultimately is the team that can beat the fog mechanic, right? That is probably the team that can beat Michael Slave. So we'll see if that's even possible, because Michael Slave's made it look doable.
They are taking the right route, as Michael Slaves has. We've only seen one team take the left route. POV coming in from the DPS Bo Staff. Interacting with the Brazier to open the door as the tank is pushing towards the boss. Let's take a look at what the tank is doing.
You know what I'm curious about is that these teams seeing these previous teams go, I wonder if they changed their way that they did it based on watching these other teams.
Yeah.
At least that last team. I wonder if they kind of said, oh, maybe we should do that instead of what they were planning on doing. But let's see here.
11.4%, 48 seconds. They are burning it pretty quick. Can they get through? It looks like they will. The stealth mech, they do. Very good time. We're through the door at 56 seconds. I believe this is pretty close to the Michael Slaves team.
I unfortunately don't have that time, but yeah, being right around here, the time to beat for me that I scribbled in is a 2:15 geyser. Being launched up on that geyser at 2 minutes and 15 seconds is the quickest we've seen. So it's getting through these mobs, taking down this next mini boss, which hasn't been an issue for anybody, but they've got about 45 seconds if they want to try and keep up with Michael Slave.
That is a very key point in this mech, because you do have to wait for the geyser to throw you in the air if you are too slow. A difference of 25 seconds could lead to an additional 30 seconds on top if you are too slow and you don't hit that geyser. They need to burn this and burn this quick, and they are. Minute 46 seconds on the clock.
Ooh. They didn't deal with the shamans in time. It's very minor, but the shamans got a heal off on that boss, so it took them just an extra hiccup to get that boss down.
I feel like they're spending a little bit too much time there. They need to get to the geyser. 2 minutes, 2 seconds. It looks like they will make the 2:15.
Is this everybody? There's one person behind Blast. Yeah, it looks like they might do it.
Here we go. Right on time.
No, they just have to wait.
Waiting just a little bit. I'm not sure. I'll be honest, guys. I'm not sure exactly how the geyser is timed. That was a little bit. So we are behind by about, what, Tanner? 10 seconds?
Yeah, and so I think what may have happened, I wasn't 100% paying attention to when the gate opened, but I think they downed the boss and then still had to clear a bit of those mobs. And it's now the time really to pay attention to seems like when they get that tier 2 gate opened and if they can make it to the geyser. 'Cause that feels strange. They got there in a good time, but unfortunately had just missed the timing that seemed to work in Michael Slave's favor. So not, horrible at the end of the day.
I think it's based, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's based on when that gate opens, because the Kurtaki guy puts his spear up in the air and then the geysers explode. You always see that happen as you're running to the geyser. So I think it's based on how fast you can get that boss down, those doors open.
They are making good time as they enter in the boss, destroying the wooden thing. 3 minutes, 30 seconds at the start of the boss. They're doing pretty well. Remember, guys, this is just to get to the second round. They don't need to be the lowest team. They need to not wipe and add 3 minutes to their time. They're making fantastic time as they're about to enter the rat race.
And just to caveat time, we talked about geyser, talked about gate, talked about all of that. They started this boss 15 seconds behind Michael Slave. So that's where we know they're 15 seconds behind, so they need to find a way to shave that off.
That was really close by Blast there. That got me worried. It looks like they are going to make it through the... No, they... Did they? What happened? Oh, yes. That was so close to being a wipe, boys. That was so close, but they do make it through, and from here on out, it's just damage.
Yeah.
Big DPS coming in.
Time to beat was the 4:45. We said here, let's see if they crank here. They got 20 seconds left to beat that previous time.
I don't think they're going to quite do that. We might actually see an additional mech here, but that's okay. They do not need to be the leaders in the clubhouse. They just need to be in the top 3 to make it to the next round. Flame Mech coming in. I don't know if they're trying to burn it with DPS, and that's the plan, but they are not positioned on. It looks like they're saying, guys, fuck it. We're gonna burn it down and see if we can. This is an all-in play here, guys. If they cannot burn it down, it's a wipe. If they do, well, they're second in the clubhouse. 5 minutes.
So if nothing changed, or if they played something staggered, they already used their Guardian. So hopefully this is enough here.
As it is, 5 minutes, 11 seconds on the clock. They know their damage, they know their pacing, and that was a pretty solid showing. 5 minutes, 11 seconds.
Wow.
We lost a little time to the Shaman.
11. What was the name of this team again? What was the
Bunny Gang?
Bunny Gang.
Yeah, hopping their way into second place there. Yeah, 5-11. Impressive finish there at the end, and a very similar, let's just throw it all on the table at the end, right? We're not even going to worry about the fog mechanic. They've got confidence in what they bring to the table for that boss, although it did look a little scary. There was a world where the ping pong didn't go their way, which we saw it in the very first run of the day. For those of us just joining, the ping pong is where things go poorly. The rest of the run feels kind of like smooth sailing for these teams.
It's kind of interesting that the two top teams that are in are both SNS wand users. As we move on to the next team, Bunny Gang number 2, number 1 being Michaels, and we've got the heavy favorites, at least in the eyes of Mr. Flowers. Press W next. Soviet Hammer, Sony coming in. Flowers, take it away.
Yeah, I want to add that all three of these teams so far, we've seen the Spear Greatsword. And the reason I bring that up is because a lot of people are saying, is Spear Greatsword a good PvE class? And it shows today that for sure in group content, you want a Spear Greatsword in your party. So the fact that Soviet Hammer has a meta comp and has Sony on that Spear Greatsword, I'm excited to see their timing here.
That's a good point you bring up, because there's a clear difference between a meta comp and a non-meta comp when it comes to regular play. The question is, how does it perform at the higher levels of play if we are talking about min-maxing time? We saw what Michaels and Bunny Gang were able to do with an off-meta comp. Is there going to be a significant difference with some juicers coming in that are running the meta comp? I don't know. What do you think, Tanner?
Yeah, and so in terms of like compositions, this feels like especially seeing Greatsword Spear do well on Michael Slaves, this feels like, okay, this is the NA comp. There's still a composition waiting in the wings that could be, or on paper is, the global comp, right? So this looks very close to what Michael Slaves was running, outside of having Soviet Hammer using that Greatsword instead of the wand. But just around the corner, we've got a double Expo longbow composition waiting for us. So I think Press W right now is, with this similar comp, their direct competition, obviously that number 1 spot, but is beating out Michael Slaves because they're running something very similar. And then I think Failure has a chance to really just throw a rock and shatter this glass that we've been standing on, that is kind of this, here it is, that Failure comp, right? Where they're running double Expo longbow. It's the only team doing it. Running 1 staff longbow, it's the only team that's doing it.
I'll be honest, I think we're going to see why. But first, we're going to be watching Mr. Soviet Hammer and the Press W family, as it looks like they are ready to go. Give us a sec.
Oh, man. I think, when we started the show, 820 was what we were speculating for this run specifically. I think you were talking about it with some of the guys on stream, Kanon. It's like, 820, 830 is probably where we land. And we were close to that with our first 2 teams, which it's like, okay, if you're not a speed runner, 820 is probably a good time. Then we got a 930, we got a 720, and then we jump into the meat and potatoes of a 445, a 511, and a run right ahead of us that is probably going to be somewhere between those two closest runs.
Yeah, for top 3, go.
Comms are open. We can hear Sony, Soviet, the boys talking. Big shout outs to Sony, another big creator in the space. He's really enjoying Throne and Liberty. He's a juicer. He's a competitive player, and we're about to see him perform at the highest levels of Throne and Liberty. Let's see what he can do. I know these players individually, and they are actual juicers. They're gamers. I'm excited to see what NA can bring to the table. Ready when you are, boys. Ready when you are.
Up it a little bit and then just run like far away.
This one's got me antsy. 'Cause this is the team I put everything on the line for, so I'm hoping they put a show on for us here.
POV coming in from Soviet Hammer and Prepared TV. Another bow stab POV and an SNS Greatsword POV. Let's see what Soviet Hammer is going to do. It looks like he's taking the right route, like as we've seen most other teams do. No, he's going left with the team pulling the room, maybe?
They're going middle.
Yeah, right.
They said
These guys
not
said,
left or right,
we're
middle.
pulling everything.
Now, this is the chain hook is only a single chain hook, so there might be a little bit of a struggle getting everybody grouped up here.
I'm not really sure. I like this strategy. There are like 5 mobs in the back that are uncontested, not being pulled. We don't see any rakes coming in either. I'm not really sure what the strategy is, unless they are trying to use it to DPS the boss with Ignite Spears via Sony. Is that the strategy here?
Try to get that showing down now, though.
There's the spears coming out.
Pull in.
Good pull. We're at 59 seconds, a little slow. 50%. I don't think they're gonna are they gonna make it through the stealth? I don't know.
Yeah, it's gonna be close. That health bars, it's a little thicker than I'd like to see it, but they do get through. That right there is a huge, like our barometer is set at beating that stealth mechanic, and they managed to do it.
Minute 12 seconds through the door. I believe that's about somewhere between roughly around 17 seconds behind pace, at least compared to Michael Slave, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. I do not have the numbers.
Yes, the last team was open. They opened the door at 56 seconds in. That team, or Soviet's team, opened at 1:15. So yes, about a 18 or 19 second loss there in time. They would have to make it up for at the boss. Let's see if they do it.
Minute 50 seconds. The boss roughly 55% and counting. DPS coming in. Doesn't look super great. Doesn't look super bad.
It doesn't look like I mean, it has to be. The damage has to show up for the final boss. I think that's really where it has to be. I think that original pull, with it being a little slower off the top, it allowed for them to pull less trash onto that boss there. Unfortunately, they're just behind that 2:15 launch timer, so now they're going to sit here for the next 15 to 20 seconds.
Keep doing what we're doing.
Be right around probably 2:35 before getting launched up, and this is the time to do it. It's another squad where we're jumping into our skills, we're getting things mixed up, and now that single target damage from Soviet, I don't know if that death blow is going to be enough to put him over the edge, but it very well could be.
Could be the difference. I do not see Blood Devotion on his bar. I would be shocked if he doesn't move it on his bar for the boss fight. Let's take a look at the POV from their bow. Making way, 2 minutes, 53 seconds.
I think I did see Blood Devotion on his 1 key, but I could have been mistaken there on Soviet.
Oh, you're right. I apologize. Yes. It is there. I'm blind. I'm Asian. Sorry.
Oh, no.
I actually am Asian. I'm allowed to say that. Also, this is not sponsored. We can say what we want. We can say what we want. Suck my balls. Okay, here we go. 3 minutes, 17 seconds.
Yeah, this is a little bit behind our previous 2 squads.
Little slow here. I'm not really sure. This could be. Honestly, I'm just really not sure. I'm not really sure. 3 minutes, 40 seconds on time. They need one more mob. They get it. They're entering the boss. They're gonna need to burn this and burn this quick if they want to be close. Top 3 teams advance, and they have Crix and Crew, supposedly the best in the world, going up right behind them. If they slide into the 3 spot here, it can be very dangerous. We might not see them move into the next round.
Yep, time to beat is again Michael's group at 4 minutes and 44 seconds and Bunny Gang's group at 5:11. So
yeah, that's exactly a minute.
A minute time.
Okay, that was some pretty good damage off the rip, though. We jump into the ping pong. This could be everything. They're running the 3-player ping pong, so 3 hanging out, 3 are playing this triangle game with Kurtaki, but 90% is when this mech, I think, is supposed to happen, and they got it down to 85%. So good initial damage, and now this is it, right? The green light, the pedal to the metal. Yep, we got to go here.
What?
We got a death. Oh, no. That is devastating. The question is, do they continue to push? If they want to have any shot at this, they need to push and hope that failure wipes. It is possible to get a full clear without a full team wipe. It is possible. It's plus 30, and plus 30 is better than plus 3 minutes.
Yeah.
No, that death does hurt the team here. As who was it that died there? Was it the the bow staff?
Bow staff missing the queue, getting pelted. Looks like they're gonna go. Are they full sending? They might be full. I'm not sure what the play is here. Is it a re? Are they trying to re here? I'm not really sure. They're not going for the smokes. I don't think they have the damage. They might be going for a re.
Maybe they're just not too... Maybe it's mitigating damage taken, right? If people are picking up the flames, they've got 6-second debuff. They're already a player down. Their healer has to worry about a little bit more. Instead, they've got the geysers pinged. I think they're just hoping we'll see it through the fog, or whoever our runner is, that guy's just going to take care of everything. And they've done that, right? Their runner did their job. They've got him cleared.
They did.
So they're A-okay here. They still have the opportunity to clear this being 5 players strong.
If they clear this here and we get a team wipe from failure, then they will advance to the next round. It is very important they clear this all the way through.
I think they got it here. I think they can clear it here. So yes, if failure would have to fail in their attempt of beating Kurtaki for Soviet's team to proceed here.
Are they going to get the flames?
They are going to get the flames. They are going to get the flames. Here it is. First flames of the tournament. Flawless. Almost flawless. Can he hit the queue? Hits the queue. Well done. Solid clear. Man down. Not bad for a man down, guys. Official time being 6 minutes. Oh, no. They got the first. How close was that? And oh my gosh.
Smashed the ground and I was out of the ground.
No way.
Oh no.
63%. Wow.
Here's the thing I was saying though. Like I said, if anything bad happens in a run, Soviet's calm voice, great shot calling can still
we get
come
an
out
extra
with
death
the
coming
W.
in. Oh, right at the last second. Tack a minute.
No.
7:24, making it 8:24.
It had to be 1 second.
That is really unfortunate, guys. Oh, that's a heartbreaker.
I popped out and then I got CC'd still. Because it was
that really second rat phase right at the end. And I mean, not that it cannot be done.
It's almost like
it's the obvious, but with an extra DPS, they probably skip so much more of that. That extra DPS, they maybe get past the waves. There's just so much more. So
they almost skipped the waves with the DPS down.
Was it just a Q block that went missed?
It was just a missed Q block. That's what it was. It gets punishing at the higher tiers, guys. I know it's tier 5. It's going to be very interesting when we see Torture Chamber tier 10, by the way. But those Q blocks, I told you, like Kurtaki, Island of Terror is all about stamina management and hitting those Qs. Those things can come up pretty quick. What's difficult about Kurtaki, in my opinion, and I don't want to say difficult because it's not like mechanically difficult, but what throws you off guard with Island of Terror is the timing of the Qs. It's weird, right? Because like it's delayed. The regular Q block is delayed. It's like it comes up and sits there for 9 hours, and then when he moves his tail, you go Q. And then the other one, the rolling Q, it's not instant, but it's also not delayed. It's kind of got like this weird timing to it that's not easy to get, and it's very punishing. The vast majority of players that are just trying to clear tier 5s die to missing those Q blocks. It's very punishing.
Is that the... Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Flowers.
Oh, I was going to ask, is that the only dungeon that hides the Qs that way?
I was
I
just
think
about the same
that's
thing.
right. Oh yeah, I think that's the only dungeon that hides the queues that way. So going in to seeing nothing ever hiding the queues and doing that mechanic, oh, it's hard to get used to for sure. I mean, me knowing that. So yeah, pretty interesting to see.
I am getting actual maybe we missed out. We were looking at a lot of things. Excuse us. I am getting comms that he actually couldn't find his flower. We're gonna have to go back and look at that. Unfortunately, this is not the official tournament, so we don't have replay on demand. Sorry, but we are looking for sponsors that can support that feature. Okay, so boys and girls, as a heartbreaker, I love those boys. I hate to see him go, but it looks kind of bleak. However, they are still in it. You never know. One bad rat mech and it's over. But we're gonna see as it comes down to, excuse me, wrong scene here. Failure. The supposed best in the world, the tier 3 clearers of both Slaughter and Carmine. They come equipped with a as meta as it gets comp, and they're about to show the world what they can do. However, this is not a YouTube video where you get 100 runs, however many runs I don't think it took them 100 runs to be fair, but this is not a YouTube video where it's pre-recorded and you cherry pick whatever you're picking. Again, not saying that they do that. These guys are actual juicers. This is live in front of an audience, and this is going to be published on YouTube as well. Can these guys perform under pressure? It's looking like as long as they don't die, they should be able to make it past the first round. One bad rat mech, these guys are going home, and NA's top, press W, supposed top, makes it through. What do you guys think?
See, what NA team, Soviets team, avoided was that full team wipe, right? So they got it under control, avoided that wipe to at least solidify them the potential third spot to go into the next round here. So as if failure does do a full team wipe, that is instantly it's over.
We talk about the best in NA, and right now it's hard to argue that Michael Slaves is not. I believe they're from NA. Excuse me if I'm wrong, but this team came in, I believe, please forgive me if I'm wrong, I believe it was Michael Slaves that had the crazy damage, right? Yeah, I believe it was. Yes. I mean, off meta healer, off meta tank, only 2 bows. We don't even see a crossbow. We see another greatsword in there. This is about as off meta as it gets.
I got word apparently Funk wasn't the healer. That was full damage spec, and the Franks was the healer and the tank, taking on both roles himself.
Good comms. Unfortunately, we did not have that POV. Good comms. That makes sense. It really does.
That's how you earn 60,000 Lucent. You tank and you heal. That's how you earn 60,000 Lucent right there. Frank's showing us how to do it.
As we are getting ready for the next team to come up, scenes, links have been shared, and here we go. Just a sec, we're almost done.
You know, for this run for failure, it feels like there's almost no pressure. Because it feels like a team that of this caliber running a tier 5, they just have to do the darn thing, and they're probably going to beat what we were assuming to be, you know, the average time 8 minutes and 20 seconds. So it just feels like another day at the office. Obviously, I could be wrong. We'll definitely see how it plays out, but I think they're going into this one with really high spirits, knowing they'll make it into the next round.
I don't know. Under pressure.
Here. Well, Hawaii's there dancing like he doesn't feel the pressure at all, feeling pretty confident about this run. So I'm interested to see this. They seem like a pretty confident group.
As an SNS Greatsword user, I love to see his bars. I would say that bar right there you see is probably the best bar you can have for trash clearing potential. He's got buffs, he's got taunts, he's got rake, he's got it all. We are ready when they are. Our final team in round 1. Let's see how they do. The world's been waiting.
Talk to me about Annihilation Blade real quick, because I just don't love it, but I also just have not been a user of it.
I believe this person has Queen Bellandir SNS, and that's the reason why he's taken. That's the only reason why you would take it. It is a huge pull that helps position mobs, and it is an advantage. It absolutely is. If he's running it without Queen Bell, I would be shocked. We're about to find out now.
Interesting. Taking the low, like flew down a little bit to take the aggro from the first group as he's flying in. It's pretty impressive to see. I mean, it saves you a couple seconds, but those matter in a tournament like this here. So, wow, big pull.
Similar approach to Soviets team. They're pulling everything. There's the Queen Bell pull. There it is. They're grouped up fantastically.
Man.
This looks so good.
Beautiful. They've also got the Butcher just in range of this as well. Pulled him from his comfort zone, pulled the mob to meet in the middle, and they are shredding.
Fantastic. This is probably the best pull I've seen on this boss as they make it through. Take him down at 51 seconds and through the gate. Similar time, however, because they do need to run towards the gate. Actually, technically, a second slow, but really, really good time. They're actually going to push the left here. They do not need to push through the middle. This is going to save them time, and this is the benefit of pulling the room in the previous room that they were in. They're pushing to the second elite at 1 minute and 12 seconds.
Yeah, 65% coming out of that first room because that pull was so huge. It's just get whatever we can to the boss here. That's just extra. Burn
Excellent
this guy
right
down.
there. We're going to see a Queen Bell pull here. Actually, we are not. They don't need it. Big damage going on this boss. Excellent time. Minute 33 seconds through the gates.
Really good.
And this is the best time. This is gonna be the best time.
Unfortunately, they missed the geyser, but they're still way ahead of time.
No,
a minute 44.
What I'm seeing there is that geyser goes off every time. It's not, I don't think it's based on time. It's based on when that door opens. So you're always going to miss that first blast. And the second blast is always going to be the one you're going to hit. You cannot make it to that first blast.
We are going to have to do our homework on our end. I think Flowers may be right. I'll be honest, guys. There's a lot of things I know about this game. I don't know that one. We will find out next time as they push through 2 minutes, 8 seconds through the geyser.
Yeah, that is the fastest geyser time so far. 2 minutes, 8 seconds. And again, now at this point, seeming like a first place finish is in their future, but we do still have to worry about the boss mechanics, right? They do still have to play perfect ping pong, hope nothing goes wrong for them. So I would imagine from here to there, it's going to be much like what we saw at the beginning of this run. Just stack it all up and knock it all down.
There are only 2 things that can wipe this group. Thing number 1, tank dying on the ping pong mech. Second thing, their team trolling and getting their tank killed through a blood devotion missed Q. These are the only 2 things that can eliminate this team. Other than that, they're breezing through this at 2 minutes, 58 seconds and counting.
.305, I think, boss start. So fastest boss start there by 10 seconds over Michael Slaves. What's interesting to me is this is a masked Warlock Guardian, right? It's like a mana Guardian on the tank. So just making sure that if there were any mana issues, they're going to be dealt with as we jump into the ping pong.
That was very close with Cranks. That could have been it right there. Flawless execution. However, they're going through this. It might be game. Flowers are eaten. Damage is popped. Guardians are out. We got the blood devotion in. They dodged the Q. And it's off to the races.
Oh my god.
3 minutes, 48 seconds. Excellent execution. How big is their damage?
That is insane. Are they going to get it under 4 minutes?
Possibly
under 4?
Under 4?
Under 4?
Oh my
god.
3:58 is your time. Under 4 on a stage.
Wow.
And I hear echo. We're muting.
That is insane.
Motherfucker's got the stream playing in the background. Motherfucker. Oh my god. Holy shit.
3 minutes
That
and
was
58 seconds is how I clear the tier 2, the 2-star dungeon, the regular one. That's how fast I clear that one.
That's crazy fast. I don't know, guys. I don't know, guys.
Man. So now looking at that, right? Because how much more can you do if you're Bunny Gang, and how much more can you do if you're Michael Slave, right? You just got beat by almost a minute from first to second place.
I apologize real quick. Can you guys hear the comms right now or no? In chat. You guys can you guys hear the comms or are we good? Because I don't think you guys can hear it. I can hear it, but I just want to make sure. Again, this is like, we're okay. No comms, great. All right, perfect. And it doesn't matter that you can. Yeah, go for it. Flowers.
The thing
thoughts?
is that door. So Bunny Gang had that door open at 56 seconds, and same in 51 seconds for this recent team here. So they do have similar timings. It's just the damage output from this was Failure's team was just impressive. Like that is gear beyond gear. Like that is some juice.
Yeah. Bunny Gang had, I think, a minor issue with the second boss, the Executioner. They killed the boss and then had to kill some ads afterwards, which is something you can absolutely clean up and probably needs to be cleaned up pretty quickly because it's no longer Island of Terror, right? The ads in our next runs are everything.
We're going to Torture Chamber. That's right. The jail that a lot of Redditors hate. Believe it or not, I actually think Torture Chamber is actually, trial, that is, tier 5. I think it's actually easier than Island of Terror. What do you guys think?
Now, well, I wanted to bring something else up, but someone in chat said, and by the way, for our YouTube viewers, Kanon is live on twitch.tv/KanonXO, so don't forget to check them out. If you want to see this kind of content live, because we will be doing this again around January 8th, so please come tune in live with us here at twitch.tv/KanonXO. But someone in chat did mention that they didn't have Rift or Boomstone buffs, and that's completely went over my head going into this. Having those buffs, being in a top guild and doing this content with those buffs, skill damage boost, heavy attack chance, castle buff, more heavy attack chance, definitely gives you that advantage. So that's something I didn't even think about.
All right, it looks like our competitors are ready to go. You guys see a black screen? Sorry, give us a sec. Boom, there it is, I think. Link 2. This is... wait, I apologize. We are going with Michael Slaves, right, guys? Are we at Michael Slaves?
That's who I see. Yep, that's this team right here with Franks.
Want to make sure we're doing this right.
Frank's out here farming salt from the crabs or what? What's he doing out there?
Really sure what he's doing, to be perfectly honest. Okay, we do have it up now. I don't think they have comms. We do have comms. Yes, we do have comms. All right. Here we go. Let's take a look at the team real quick one more time. Michael Slaves, Frank's on the SNS1. We're getting ready to do tier 5 Torture Chamber. Whenever you guys are ready, let's begin.
Yeah, and a reminder that this is the Franks is doing it all. He's tanking, he's healing, because our wand staff is just full DPS. So they are rocking 5 DPS on this, which leaves a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Franks, which is actually probably why he's running the Lady Knight Guardian. Everybody else is running that Revenant, but Franks, just to make sure things don't go poorly, is rocking that Lady Knight for that extra HP, or the shield rather.
Right, and that was the question we had. We're like, why is he running the Ladies' Night? Because that's a question a lot of people have. What's the best Guardian out there? Which do I use? And there's opinions on all of them. So us seeing the Lady Knight Guardian was odd at first, but now that we know he's taking on all the roles, so he needs that extra shielding and cooldown reduction with that Guardian, it would be why he's taking it.
Torture Chamber, guys, there's a huge emphasis on trash. Trash will probably determine the winner.
Remedy.
Those golems are very dangerous. They will one-shot you if you get shoulder tackled.
They're pulling 2.
They are. They're pulling 2 here. The way they pull this is going to... This could actually determine fights here, Tanner. The way they pull these golems. We have a death already, plus 30 seconds added to the clock.
That's heartbreaking. Pulling 2. I mean, you have to play Toro, right? You're playing the Matador and the Bull, and Vanguard just couldn't get out of the way, so it just gets caught up. you can survive it if it just takes you until the run runs out. But if you get caught in a wall, yeah, you're absolutely dead. So a rough way to get started here.
Tank actually almost went down, took a lot of damage here. Guys, this fight, this dungeon, Torture Chamber Tier 5, if we are talking about a race, it's all about the trash in Torture Chamber. As you can see, these mobs are not easy. They're spread out, they're slow, they charge. They do make it through. Unfortunately, it's one death, but let me tell you, we're probably going to see more because the one-shot mechanics with the actual golems they're very dangerous. They come out all the time, even against top teams. Minute 38 seconds on the boss. They're burning this quick.
Yeah, they started this one at 122, so that is going to be our barometer of success.
Looks like they are actually clearing it for the progress here. Fantastic there. Really good strategy.
Their single target damage is still so impressive to see. Whatever time they lack in gathering or grouping, they just make up for just exploding that boss down.
It looks like they're taking the sword and helping DPS the boss rather than having him go and open the doors. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the mech,
get ready to remedy.
There's a code written on the wall. This guy can see the code, and you got to interact with the doors on the left. You see there in the order of the code. We're not going to go over it too much in detail, but if you know, you know. I'm surprised they are taking a lot of time here. This is a puzzle mech, and this is going to be executed very differently amongst all the teams.
Yeah, this and the poll after this, right? Yeah, because you can use these mobs for that Monsters Inc. mechanic where you've got to fill those screen vials. So it looks like they're keeping these mobs up to be able to move forward, but it does feel like a little bit of time lost on getting to this mechanic that is a time sink in itself, just because you never know which rooms you have to play out.
3 minutes, 7 seconds in counting as they enter pretty much the last, I don't want to call it, like, what would we call these segments? The last segment before the last boss here. This is a very big time consumer here. What they need to do is they need to kill the mobs close to that red circle you see there. And when you kill mobs, when you kill the mobs near the little, what would you call that, statue orb looking like thing, the globe, the scream collection device, the souls of the mobs get consumed and you will eventually unlock the device. You need to unlock all 3 devices to make it through the next stage.
And it looks like one done there. The second one done. Third one, still just waiting on that one there. So they've got 2 out of the way. And again, that previous pull from that jailer's cell room, they can use some of those mobs to count towards this, because this another time sink where you're waiting for the zombies to spawn and run all the way from their portals, but now they're getting it cleared out. It looks like no, they're still waiting.
They did unlock it. They just unlocked it. They're moving into the last mini boss here.
Yep.
Man, I am so excited to see that at tier 10 when those massive bombs are there. Just seeing them scream around.
Oh, tier 10 is going to be another level. Another level. 4 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. They're burning this boss quick. Do they have the DPS to burn it down before the major mech? The major mech being where they have to spread out. They do. Big DPS. Wow. Big single target DPS here. They've got 88%. They've got a couple of mobs that are going to spawn in. Now, here's where they got to watch out. If you jump on that little thing and you jump too far, you take a death. They better be good at jumping. We do have a plus 30 asterisk to this run. We had a death early on. 5 minutes, I believe.
I feel like it hurts a little bit. I feel like having to pull these mobs here, there has to be a better way to do that.
I jumped.
Oh, no!
No!
Oh no, that was very costly. Torture Chamber, it's not about just killing the boss quick. It's about executing these little jump puzzles, figuring out mystery puzzles as fast as you possibly can. They do have the boss pre-pinged. They're entering the boss room at 5:43. Is that a 5, Tanner?
Yeah, 5:43 with a 5:46 start on the boss. Now, this is it right here, right? I don't want to say smooth sailing, but this is a team that plays incredibly well together. You have to assume that their communication is on point. So from zombie phase to stacking phase to the charge phase, I don't think we have any issues here.
Good call on the positioning of out as the tank gets pelted in the face simply because of the bugs that revolve around being too close. Good calls. They're trying to figure it out. One is pinged. One is in position. Let's take a look at the other POV. Looks like smooth sailing. 1, 2, 3.
Important to, for anybody just running this outside of it, important to just hang on to your damage here. No reason the boss has so much reduction at this phase. It's right after this Wrath attack that we'll see the teams really start to pick it back up like this.
Damage reduction gets alleviated after the rolling Q. We're going to see Pizza coming in.
Weird frontal
thingy with lines. That's what we call the Pizza Mech. No stacking. This can one-shot here, guys. This can one-shot. Blood Devotion is up. Tank could get one shot if they miss this. Excellent movement there.
That's what Tanner was saying early on, is that some teams might stack that pizza cut and run out of it like they kind of did there. So it's all in one area, and then they all can proceed to the other side. So there's no mistakes. It's not all over the map so someone accidentally runs into one, and that's what they just did there. They stack them up relatively close, so they all just run one direction to avoid them.
They nailed the queues. It looks like the blood reservoirs are still open. They are not clearing it. I guess they're going to clear it during the mech. Let's see how it fares for that. Excuse me, rather. One blood reservoir open is kind of tough to see. If we can get a different POV. They might actually have just one up. It's hard to see.
I think before the charge, one person went and got one of the vials, and then it looked like through the barrage crossbow mech, they grabbed another one. So they definitely have their own process in which, hey, as long as you have 3 people blocking that charge, you can have people running off and grabbing those vials, no problem.
It looks like they executed it flawlessly here. Well played. They're not gonna have a lot of They're not gonna have a lot of health left. It looks like they could just burn this down all the way through. 8 minutes, 20 seconds and counting.
Well, they are such an organized group. They're immediately lining up, and also lucked out too. I think 4 out of the Oh my God!
There it is. That right there. I looked away for a second, and just like that, you never know. Wow.
Oh my God! What happened?
Boss skipped the Wrath attack after the zombies, I think. So they're waiting for the Wrath attack, and he just immediately goes into the site.
The only way that happens is if the blood reservoirs are filled or emptied. I'll be honest, I literally looked away for a second, checking DMs, because I thought it was done. We're gonna have to review that, but that looked a little iffy. That could be a bug. We're gonna have to look again. I wish I had the answer off the top of my head. I actually looked away. I don't know what spawned that, but that is only spawned. That is only spawned when you mess up the blood reservoirs. As far as I could see, they had one blood reservoir up. I'm not sure.
I'm one.
Wow.
Yeah, that's tough. After that last zombie phase, their second zombie phase rather,
they might have taken all the blood reservoirs.
Yeah, Frank's grabbed the middle blood reservoir, and
that's what I missed. If he did, that's a wipe. If he did, that's a wipe. He must have done it too early. I don't know why he would do that. It was like 20% left. I'm not sure. I mean, that is a huge mistake if that were the case.
Okay, looks like they're reorganizing here to clear this run. Good damage output.
Arrows coming out.
Pizza mech.
And the damage is never an issue with this team. That's why it hurts so bad. They literally, the finish line was right ahead of them.
It was right there.
What were they at? 18%? I thought it was clear. Like, I even looked away too. I was like reading chat.
It was over. It was like 10% or something.
Oh man. I can't. From Vanguard.
Oh man. So somebody. That's unfortunate.
It goes to show you that, I mean, you could have the perfect comp, perfect team, but, you know, one, you can either damage it too fast, you skip a mech so you don't know what's going on, or, you know, one person makes a slight mistake and that causes a wipe. And that's why I love these type of MMOs, is that it's about team coordination. One mistake can potentially wipe, so you need everybody to be perfect.
I don't have one.
And so we have some our certified armchair analysts in the chat who have been kind of keeping us up with how they know the game. So the way that I read it was your red spins give you 2 vials, and then your barrage gives you 1 vial. I'm pretty sure your barrage gives you 1 vial. So I think Frank's, after this, he grabbed the middle vial because he was closest to it, and there was still 1 up. And I think what had happened was they out DPS'd the boss's mechanics and kind of just forced that red mechanic. That's what it looked like, because I was under the impression if you have no vials, it's a purple spin, not red blades, they're purple blades. Is that, have you guys experienced that?
I don't, I'll be honest, guys. I'm looking at the replay right now. Let's let them finish out, and then we will, big damage here.
Oh. They almost took it out before this phase.
So what this is, what happened is they out DPS the phase, guys. That's what happened. That's not a bug. They out DPS unless it shouldn't be, unless that phase shouldn't be that way. The same thing happened. Well done. 12 minutes, 24 seconds, plus 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Wow. I see purple spin.
Unfortunately, okay, so let's go back to this, guys. I do have this up. Let's watch the replay. Unfortunately, I don't have what's before this. I think what happened is they simply out DPS the mech, and it went straight into the spinner mech, which I didn't know that was actually possible, but you can very clearly see it is not a blood reservoir issue. There's 2 reservoirs that are up, and it just went straight into it. And we actually just saw it happen now again. Again, I was looking at this, so I kind of missed the previous run, but I don't think they went through the whole regular pattern. I didn't know this was possible, but I seriously think they just out DPS'd it too fast, and this would have taken them back into the, hey, stack up in the middle, DR, pools being left on the ground phase.
Yeah. So they, in the second run, it looked like they actively slowed down DPS to get, because they did get the wrath attack that they were supposed to have in this wipe. So it looks like they slowed things down to make sure that they didn't run into that same issue. So I think they read that as well, that we just did too much damage. And at that point, I mean, I guess you just have to be ready for that. It stinks that they experienced that first, because now our pumpers coming through in Failure and Bunny Gang, there's no way they run into that issue, you know?
So apparently a 3-proof in chat says tank didn't have aggro during that time. So that's what potentially caused. So it's either they did too much damage to cause that, or the tank didn't have aggro to cause that.
I'm not really sure. I would love to see I would love to see it and go back to it, because it didn't really, I could be wrong, but I don't think that was the issue, because Frank was back on the boss immediately, and he was on it. And even if you lose aggro there, I've lost aggro there plenty of times. What happens? The boss just attacks you. It doesn't go and skip the phase and go straight into the spinners. Those spinners only come out, and there are different types of spinners. You got purple spinners. Those the group wipe happens when you have all reservoirs filled or all empty, or during the regular mech, right? I don't think that was it. I could be wrong. I've never been in that position because my group never has that issue. I apologize. I'd love to see. I'm not sure. Like there are certain things that can happen if the tank loses aggro. Absolutely. What I'm saying is during that segment, for the tank to lose aggro and for it to immediately go to that, I don't think that was it. I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Well,
we'll have to see.
Chat seems pretty split on whether what case it may be, but we know that it was not a bug, so we're not going to rule that out as a bug. That was just either an issue on tank didn't have aggro, or an issue of they did way too much damage, which is a good issue to have, honestly.
If it has anything to do with aggro, it 100% is correlated to the DPS that they were dealing, because I know for a fact you can lose aggro there. I'm a tank. I've lost aggro there many times. I know for a fact just simply losing aggro there does not equate to the spinners coming out. It does not. I know that for a fact. So it is very possible that aggro had something to do with it, but I think it's more. I think there's something else. It could very well be aggro plus phasing it too fast, but I think DPS had a lot to do with it.
So
we'll see.
Zath is actually saying, one of the players for the squad is actually saying that that's not even the most DPS that they can do, and they've never run into that before.
I've never seen that either. It could be a bug, by the way. It could be a bug too. I don't know. I do not know. I don't think we can do it. Yeah.
That's what I was going to go ahead and say, is that we do have another group with insane damage output to really see if that was the test, if it happens to them as well, based off that damage. Because this group here, as well as the failure group, has similar damage outputs in regarding to the boss. So we'll just have to see.
We will have to see.
That is true.
Yeah. So, okay. So that was, what was the official time on that? That was plus 3 minutes 30 seconds due to the deaths, I believe.
Yeah. Official time 15:54. That's with the time added on.
15:54.
15:54. I feel like there is a big advantage here going late. We might have to swap the order next time, just as like just to remember for the actual for the big event here. Let's take a look at the teams. Michael Slaves is who we just saw. Next in line, Bunny Gang.
Bunny Gang here. Okay.
Another Templar tank.
Another Templar tank, multiple bows, that spear great sword, love seeing it, and then that crossbow dagger. So this team, correct me if I'm wrong, this team was the third place.
Yep.
Out of they are the third here. So I wonder what did they mess up? Oh, they were slower pulling on that second, so their damage output was still good. That wasn't an issue. It's just that slow pull. So we'll see if that comes in. We'll see if they're organized and can handle this dungeon's mechanics in the early phase before they leave the boss better than the last runs.
It looks like the teams are ready to go. We're gonna pull this up. I do need to figure out a way to do this better, but here's team.
There it is, Bunny Gang.
Bunny Gang.
Here we go. We've got a couple of POVs here. 99,000 Stellarite. Jeez. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. We got a bow staff POV and we've got the tank POV here. We're going to start with the tank. I want to see how these teams manage to get through this first segment. This first segment is very, very dangerous with those golems shoulder charging you into a one-shot death. You can easily rack up the seconds by dying in this early stage. We're ready to go when you are, Maddie.
Yeah, run it up. So our first group went double golem, right? Pulled from one golem to the next, started to loop them together. We saw it get a little dicey, and that's when Vanguards actually had that first death in that first run. So, you know, what does it look like with Bunny Gang here? Do they look to just deal with one golem at a time? You can CC the charge, but when you're dealing with two golems, when they're, you know, off charge, you've got to make sure that your CCs are on point. Somebody brought up a good point, and I can't tell because I think they've got the frozen sword and shield cosmetic on, but the Nirma's sword and shield, right? Just having that stun on your bash can be so huge against these golems.
That's good to point out that the gear that some of these individuals are using for certain situations, they could be switching out sword and shield. Like I know we saw Bella sword and shield, but I wonder if those Bella sword and shields will switch that out for a Nirma for that stun. That'd be interesting to see if we could, you know, I don't think it's possible. That'd be cool to see like that kind of UI of what their weapons are using.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
We'll definitely get that prep for next time. We've got some comms coming in. Maddie, what do you got for us?
Well, the problem is on their server right now they have Conflict Bella then they have
Okay.
Reefstone, and then they have like a lot of things, so they're probably not going to be able to make it, because if they wipe, they probably won't have enough time to like clear, because they have to do the prep time. Basically, the whole arc boss thing, it's like it's an issue with the times.
Okay,
so,
are they
yeah,
EU?
They're having issues
No,
with this.
NA or EU? NA?
NA.
Oh, NA
yeah.
conflict is in 30 minutes?
They have conflict in 30 minutes. Yuji knows a little bit better, but like right now they have conflict, and then they have
conflict a lot
as well.
Okay. I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
So you're saying this team right here
can't
make
run.
it.
They
Okay.
can't really run, because whatever happens, it's like if they wipe, they won't be able to make it, unluckily. So this is they have inter-server, they have Reefstone, they have land, they have to do the whole prep thing as well. So it's like they don't have enough time right now to run.
Okay.
And they shouldn't wipe.
Yeah, I get it. Like even if
but
they
like,
make it through
that
here,
happens,
the second
like,
round.
it's gonna be an issue.
Okay. I mean, if they want to drop out, then we could just go to the it's up to them. It's
Let them try. I mean, that's a $900 on the line if they really want to drop out without trying.
if they beat the previous time, they're guaranteed. Well, I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
up.
Oh, I
Let
see.
me-
They're
let
saying
me-
they
let me-
can't proceed.
Okay, let's go.
They could guarantee second place.
Wait,
So
hold on,
if they're up for it, I would say have them run, and if they clear it in one go and they have to leave, we watch failures run after this, and whoever makes it out of this group stage essentially wins, because this team would forfeit if they beat the time. Otherwise, they drop out and they forfeit their chance to be in the money over to Michael Slave.
That's us.
Okay, give me a
Yeah,
second. Be right
honestly,
back.
this isn't like the big official one. It's like, for me, it's pretty simple. It's not a big deal. You know what I mean? It's not like a grand championship. Yeah, there's money on the line, but it's all good. Like they want to run it real quick,
Sorry,
and then we'll
you
figure it
guys
out. We'll go for it.
Wanna
It's up.
try, or
Yeah,
you
for
think
sure,
you
for
want?
sure. I just want them
Yeah.
to know that like they could still at least
Yeah,
try
go get
instead of
second
dropping.
place
Right?
if
Yeah.
you can.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can
100%.
drop if you wipe, basically. It's like if something happens that you guys like, or if you want to drop at any time.
And
it's
now,
like
since
basically
we've
we can just-
deliberated, they're like, no, we can't do it at all. We gotta go right now.
Yeah, right.
Okay, yeah.
Now that we wasted that time there.
Yeah, let's just start. So yeah, just go with it.
Okay.
Oh, apparently another group is in the same time restraint. As
Yeah,
well.
Michael's was
Whenever
just
you guys
the
want,
group
just-
that just happened before. Yeah.
Everyone has one?
Yeah, honestly, like what we could do, like we'll watch the EU team won't have an issue. So we just watch the EU team run this next, and then honestly we could just hold the finals like tomorrow or something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
We
absolutely.
could just run the yeah. If we're getting into because also we're trying to do this because I felt like we could finish everything before Queen Bell, but this obviously took a little bit longer than we had anticipated. So
Yeah.
You know, what we could also do is, I don't know if it's fair or not, but we could have scrapped the previous run and then rerun everything again tomorrow. This segment, torture chamber being tomorrow.
yeah, well, I mean they've already kind of gone. So we're already.
Yeah, I know.
Let's see how they do. Okay, this could be the last NA match of the day. We will see Crix's team, Failure, come in next. Big grouping here. They are able to get these guys nice and tight. The clears here look pretty good. Got to watch out for the charge. The charges are coming in.
Yep.
Stunned it though.
Stuns off. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
huge.
Excellent
That was
stun
played very
rotation.
well.
Wow, that was smooth.
Oh.
Yeah, they
someone
doubled.
got clipped
Oh
by
my
that.
God.
That was dangerous.
Oh my gosh, super close to the wall there, but stunning it off last second. Good damage output.
Good damage output. A minute, 20 seconds. The door opens. They got to burn
Yeah,
this
this
boss
is-
and burn it quick.
Right around the same time, 122 was the start in our previous group. 126, it looked like, is when they got the torture chamber warden started here. So not much to this one, but as far as times go, 4 seconds behind. But they've got a lot of opportunity to make up time, especially as we look forward. Right after this, we've got our own executioner coming up, and we're moving towards those gates. We're moving towards those cells. We'll see how they pilot that.
Doors waiting to open here. Minute 56 through the door. Let's see who takes the puzzle. I believe B Blast. Here we go.
Just lumbering on board. So funny that they gave players the opportunity to just be that goofy.
I am shocked that they are getting damage done on that golem rather than pulling it into the spike, saving time. I'm actually shocked.
Is that what your group does? They just pull everything into this room here, Kanon?
Yeah, absolutely. You kind of have to at tier 10 because of the bosses. But these golems, if you pull them into the next room, they actually die from the spikes. You save all of this time that you're looking at right now. Code is up.
There's big execute on the golem there. So whatever they've done, they've got that dealt with. But it doesn't count towards the screams, right? I thought if you pulled the mobs from this room forward, you could get a little extra on your scream vials.
You do, which is why it's very surprising to me that they're clearing everything here, because this is absolutely just a slower way of doing it. As they're trying to unlock the puzzle is open now.
Yeah, 307 was the time to beat from the previous group. Okay, and it looks like they're getting through. Gates should be opening up now, and about what 15-20 seconds behind Michael's Slave, so a little slower in doing that. But at this point, if we're looking to just secure a time, they just have to beat 15:54, right? And that puts them in the top
Absolutely.
two. Exactly.
They have to stay alive. Yeah.
They just have to stay alive. Good point. You don't have to rush anything here. It's a walk in the park for these guys. Pulling the mobs inside. They need to kill enough mobs around the devices to proc an HP bar under the device. When you see the HP bar, a white HP bar on the device, that means it has been unlocked. You need to see 3 bars in order to make it to the next stage.
I mean, a B Blast, such a good awareness there, knowing when one of the zombies is going to be a ranged one to pull it super far back, or just knowing that they're going to be the melees, so to pull it you could just pull it close to there. Very interesting scene. I mean, that just shows a good player, just that awareness of see there's range mobs and the melee mobs, so just knowing which one is which to either pull it back far to get it in the circle or not.
I think if this team does make it to the next round, I do believe they're going to have to maybe work out some kinks on this area here. I believe they are losing too much time as they are able to advance to the next stage. You actually don't have to kill the mobs directly in the red circle, even if it is outside of it. As long as it's close enough, you will get credit. Maybe it's something that they could do for the finals should they make it to the finals. Final mini boss coming up. 5 minutes, 8 seconds is the call. 50% left.
Did they do it before the mech like the previous team?
It looks like they are on pace here.
Oh no!
They get it through the major mech, though. They do get it through the major mech. Again, they just have to not die.
Right.
Yeah,
that is true. They can take it as slow as they want.
Don't fall.
No death.
They need to actually. I'm not sure what's happening. They need 10 more percent here.
Clear mobs, yeah.
As they're worried about the desyncing here, fair comms.
Yeah. To answer a question in chat, we're watching someone a stream at this point. We're watching. So that's why the bit rate might be a little bit bad. We are watching through Discord at the moment.
Well, technically, yeah, Video Ninja, we are picking up their feed from someone else. The quality can only be so good because this is not local. So we do apologize for the quality. Some of the quality will be better than others. Boss room entered. 6:15. The boss is about to start. They can take their time. They just have to not die. Rolling queue coming in.
Low and slow. Just make sure you're not messing anything up. Minding your P's and Q's. That's all it is at this point for this squad. They've essentially got 9 minutes to be able to get this one done. And I've seen some people take 9 minutes to do it, but I can't imagine that'll be the case.
I would be shocked if that were the case. That guy grouping up very close to that boss. He does have a zombie on him. Very dangerous there because that is a bugged position.
Oh, okay. Instantly getting the 1 slot there. 3 slot. Perfect. All in line.
All in line.
3.
1, 2, 3.
All right. Seems. Oh. Yeah. What I'm seeing is that that Sovereign guy is still using his cooldowns even in the DR phase. Maybe he was using a low cooldown. I'm not too familiar with staff, but hoping that damage output still is good in this segment.
Yeah, Brain of Arrows coming in. Yes, sir.
When is the go for Guardians, right? Like, when is your best time? Because we know that here shortly we're probably going to have a pizza right after this mechanic. I think we get a pizza, and then we'll be looking at spinnies. We'll be looking at the barrage, vials, all of that. And then we're jumping right back into a zombie phase. So I feel like in between this and the last might have been the time to pop the Guardian.
Yeah, right after it gets out of DR for the major zombie mech, that is the time to do it. It looks like they're saving their Guardians for the next one. For the next mech, which you're not going to obviously get full uptime on it, but it does allow you to push past or skip the additional phase. I don't really think it's going to be too much of an issue regardless. They're just losing uptime on the DPS because with the Guardian early, I don't think they're going to be able to push and ignore. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to actually skip the second phase, the second mech anyway, so.
Is it ready for roll before?
There we go, looking pretty good here. Still time to beat is 15 minutes and 54 seconds. Looking pretty good.
This
at
is
it.
the run
now.
right here, guys. This is the run. He is lining up. He does not have a number on him. 5 is lined up correctly. Let's look at it. Let's get another look. They're still looking. They're still looking. They need to hit this. This is the final ping. Done. Excellent. Really nice. That was close. Took all 3 pings, but they got the job done. As long as they don't get, we gotta watch here. If the DPS is fast, maybe it bugs / I'm not really sure what happens here. This is where the previous team bugged out, quote unquote, bugged out.
That would have been it right there. It happened on that Wrath attack, and fortunately for Bunny Gang, they get the Wrath attack. No harm, no foul. It got a little dicey because one of the players that got the vial didn't get a zombie. So it's not a waste, but you don't get your number, right? So it caused a little more confusion. But yeah, they did that very beautifully.
9:19 was the call.
Solidifies them a top 2 slot there. So definitely this team moving on into the finals.
Yeah, they have solidified their position in the finals, and we've got 1 team left before the grand finals, and that's the heavy favorites. I mean, I would love to see how this team does, but before we do, let's get a quick recap on that run. What did you guys think?
I thought it was pretty smooth. I think that they took it really slow, knowing that they had 15 or so minutes. It was like, as long as we don't wipe, as long as we're cool, calm, collected, let's take it very slow. They get in the finals because there's no benefit into being the top timed in there. Like, as long as you are in the top 2, you're good. So I think they went in there very calm, relaxed, and took the top 2 slot.
Agreed. That's what it looked like. It looked like they weren't rushing anything. You know, we were kind of questioning the cell mechanic and getting things unlocked, but hey, just slow and steady wins the race, right? Slow is smooth, smooth is fast.
Yes, sir. So I do want to make this quick announcement, guys. This is a trial run, okay? So we are trying our best here to make it a nice, entertaining show. We've got some prizes on the line. We hope you guys are having a good time, but I just want to be very clear. This is not like a professional production or anything like that. The next one, there's going to be a lot more effort in place, and this run right here is for the purpose of the next one, which is on January 8th. So do not miss that one. Do not miss out on that one. If you guys want to sign up for to compete in the tournament, just join the Discord, !trials in chat. I will also link this in Discord, or excuse me, on YouTube in the description below. If you guys are watching this on YouTube, anyone can compete. We will have a deadline on teams, however, because we need to get sorted. The more teams, the better, but we might have like simultaneous matches. We wanted to keep this one a little bit smaller scale, and there are obviously things that we're kind of figuring out on the go, and that is, to be perfectly honest, the purpose of this broadcast. Unfortunately, we're not going to have time to do our finals today. This went on a little bit longer than we had expected. We will do our finals at a later date. Hopefully tomorrow. It depends on the guys whether they can make it or not, because we're going through a big stretch here. Queen Bellendir, Riftstones into Interserver, and I don't want them to miss out on that because of this. So I mean, it is what it is, but fortunately for us, our last team is from EU, and they will be able to finish their second round, giving us a picture as to what the grand finals are going to look like. And that team is none other than Team Failure, the heavy favorites. What was their official time again on Kurtaki?
Official time 3 minutes 58 seconds.
Under 4 minutes. Tier 5.
Insane.
Can you beat it? Can you guys beat it? I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it.
I couldn't go downstairs, grab a snack and a water bottle, and get back to my computer faster than 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Like, that is insane how quick they got that done. Like, that's doing a remedial task. They did that in the amount of time that you could have got up and went to the restroom and came back, and you would have missed their run.
You're right.
That's
You're actually,
insane.
you had me thinking for a second that you're right. You're absolutely right. I believe the teams are ready to go. I am going to pull it up here. Give me 1 second. Flowers, Mr. Tanner, if there's anything you guys want to talk about.
Yeah, I'm just getting word of Sovi's team. Sad that they lost that there. I'm telling you, that team can pull it out and be on top. I'm excited to see them come back on the 8th. Again, we are hosting this like Kansas.
That's the redemption arc. That's going to be a much bigger one.
That is a big tourney there. This is just a trial, so no hard feelings if you don't make it in the top 2 here. Just lock in, figure out your mistakes here, come back on the 8th even harder.
Good comms, good comms. We do have video here. We've got Wade's POV, and I can't make out that name. Excuse me. I believe it's their bow staff, though. They're dancing around hell. Torture chamber, excuse me.
That Christmas bow is massive.
Yeah,
oh my god.
Now, here's the thing, guys. You never know. The one team wipe equals plus 3 minutes. You never know. Maddie, we're ready when you are, sir. We're ready when you are.
This feels like another opportunity. Maybe Failure getting the chance to go last has been kind of a blessing, because it feels like the pressure has been lifted. It felt like there's no pressure in the previous run, just based off of the way that things played out with Gorilla Mode, Yappers, and Press W. And now they're in a situation where I would imagine we see them push the pace because they still have this reputation to uphold.
Absolutely.
But they don't have to do anything crazy.
That's what I was about to say. I would love to see them push the pace, but I don't blame them if they don't. They're gonna be doing tier 10 torture chamber. They can showcase their speed there, but I think we'd all like to see how fast this team can really clear a tier 5. We're talking high level, meta chasing, sweaty Andes. And I want to see, I've been very curious as to how they're going to clear this original, this first set right here. Looks like Wades is pulling the room. Good positioning on the golems. Golem pushing up into the wall. Looks like they're going to group up at the center platform here. Gotta watch out. Deaths can come out very easily here. Are they going to stun chain? That's the question.
I think right off the rip as well, they used the movement speed Guardian to be able to run through and group up everything. I didn't see what that huge movement speed boost was, but it just allowed for them to get to this position that much quicker, just moving through the mobs and grouping them all together.
You're doing good on time right now. 107 starting the boss, first mini boss, excuse me. They are burning through this thing very quick. Holy shit.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, 107, the fastest time getting to this point, and I mean, just disappeared. It looks like they're gonna go back just to scoop up the small bit, because every bit does matter. I think if you clear everything there, which I believe we saw Bunny Gang do, you're still at 90%. So before you go up on that guillotine at the end, you have to clear that room, but you need to make sure that you pick up what you left behind like they did.
This makes a lot more sense. Let's take a look at how Wades and his team handles it. Wades is pulling the entire room towards him while the guy is going through the code right now. Yes, that's exactly what he's doing. Let's see the code. I would be shocked if this team did not just solo open and save the mobs for the next run. Not next run, excuse me, for the next room.
Yeah.
It looks like that's exactly what they're doing.
Will that contribute to the
It will.
timer?
It will. It will. It contributes to the timer and credit to the next room here. You can see they are not killing mobs. This is very, very smart.
Oh,
I would expect nothing less from this group, min-maxing every little second.
Yeah.
As those mobs are coming through, they're going to get pelted by the spikes behind them. Some of them passing through and giving credit to the screaming devices that are closest to. Can't really see them die because we don't have POV, but that's exactly what's happening.
Oh my god, they actually just skipped that whole area of mobs. That is crazy.
Yeah, I want to give a shout to their tank in this group. Being on top of the executioner for every room made it easy and seamless for them to just continue to grab aggro moving through. Because if somebody pulls aggro from a couple of mobs that isn't your tank, you're putting yourself in a bad spot, right? Anybody could get KO'd at any point, so it really heads up to just be on top of. I need to get a tag on everything.
This guy, I mean, his move, he is a zooming. I mean, what is his movement speed?
It's
the
crazy.
passives, I mean, he is just moving.
It just head on a swivel, fully activated at all times.
When the hell did they even get through that? Crazy Flowers. Holy shit. We're at 3 minutes and 34 seconds in this room. That's crazy.
This is a minute and 30 seconds faster, by the way, than our other group.
It's just a constant. As soon as they go through the portal, they're instantly popping cooldowns. Like, it's non-stop action here. There's no, oh, are you ready, guys? Ready? No, it's just as soon as you go through the portal, they're popping cooldowns, going at it.
They're on the same page.
Crazy. They're ready at every spawn of these mobs here. It's impressive.
Look at this positioning. Look at this positioning.
Impressive.
Waiting for the cutscene. There it is. Spawn. The mobs will spawn right after. Let's see how they group this up. 14% more. You got the spin to win.
14, yes.
Pull into the center. He's very fast.
It's wild.
Super fast. Great push here. Big spin to wins. Clearing that nice and quick, nice and clean. It would be a shame if he did not make this jump.
I mean, imagine just seeing a sword and shield guy running at you that fast. Like, you're just screaming.
I've never seen anyone clear Torture Chamber this fast at this tier. This is fantastic time. 4 minutes, 42 seconds. Boss has started. Or about to start. They're waiting for, there it is. Great skill swap. AoE farming going into single target. Missing the Q here. Remember, guys, one wipe, you never know. However, they did buy themselves a lot of time. 5 minutes, 4 seconds going into the first mech. Rolling Q, excellent. Hey, Wade's testing position number 1. He's 1.
Got it.
I'm in the middle.
2 is called.
Yes. I'm on 3 and 3. I'm good.
That makes it so nice. That's like just a nice little cherry on top of this run too. For the tank to just immediately be 1 makes it super simple for the next 2 to just swap. Fortunately, we don't have to run through player names, but Crix, Crixie, and Chixie, what a nightmare it would be to have to remember those names.
I mean, you better get used to it. Tier 10 coming out real soon.
Yeah.
Interesting tech. They're actually splitting up here. Into the queue. Yeah, they know.
Oh, wow. Oof. Look at the attack speed going out.
This is just excellent execution, guys. This is just fantastic execution.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like you're watching a symphony here. This is what is that, like synchronized swimming? That's what it looks like here.
It's dying.
They're harmonizing. Is what's happening here. Okay, so I want to point this out before they just continue to blast through this run. I thought it was a little weird. I was like, why is this guy running the Mana Guardian? But because the team is so mana hungry, it's also giving mana to the rest of the team, and they get it done in 6:28.
6:28. I don't think you're gonna. I mean, have you ever seen a faster tier 5 clear than 6:28? That's insane.
It's making sense. It's making sense that this is the team to clear tier 30 on multiple dungeon runs. Tier 30. This is impressive.
I mean, guys, wow. I see a comment in the chat. That's why meta is meta. it's hard to argue with that, but let's be real here. We've seen other meta comps, and I haven't seen a meta comp perform that well. That was fantastic. I am excited to see them perform at tier 10. Thoughts?
Yeah.
Tanner, I see you trying to get in.
I mean, I want to see, and hopefully we get it for the next one. If not, we don't. But I want to see quest logs, because I want to see what gear they're running, because you can look online and see builds and follow builds and stuff. But this really feels like for the tank to have that much movement speed, right? It just feels like they've pieced together actual speed running kits to make sure that they can min-max this run. The tank can just get through everything, making sure that they're grabbing aggro. I would love to see, you know, if not everybody's list, what Failure's got going on, because they are doing it right.
I mean, that was a scary good performance. I mean, that was scary good.
Insane. And you got all the failure management boys coming in to support. That's cool
right
to
now.
see.
Well deserved.
Yep.
Well, boys,
This is
we have our
why.
final. Sorry, go for it. I didn't mean to cut you off, Flowers.
Oh no, this is why, like, just seeing the guild come out and support their group here. This is why I wanted to have another tournament here of that, like, PvP one as well, which I'm sure we'll have at a future date. But seeing that guild come in to support their boys there doing that dungeon, I mean, if they handle PvE that way, it'd be impressive to see how they handle PvP, which you know, it's uncertain. Like, these are very tailored mechanics, you know, but that PvP one would be pretty insane to see, which I'm sure we'll have in a future date.
Yeah.
I mean, shit. Is there anything you wanted to add to that, Tanner? That was impressive.
Yeah, I think, you know, given a day between finals, if the teams can play tomorrow, incredible. What is scary for the future, and I don't want to talk anybody out of competing, but you need to take a look at this composition and start tonight, right? You need to get going tonight, because we'll probably see our top teams maybe start to lean a little off of Bo staff and more Bo Expo because of how explosive it was. But you're already behind the curve, even as a top player. Like, Failure are there. They've got their mains are the meta, and that's perfect. So if there's any catch-up game to happen, it has to happen tonight.
Yeah, it sure does. I mean, I think the bar has been set. A lot of people were wondering, how fast are these guys going to go? Are they going to choke? Are they going to outperform? Are they overrated? Is it going to be not as good as I thought? And to be honest, in the beginning, those are some solid rounds. And I feel like it's kind of what we expected. And then all of a sudden we had Failure come in and not fail. Like, I mean, they not only cleared and lived up to their reputation of being the world's best, or actually, I should say global, they being globally the best go-to top PvE team. They lived up to that reputation. You know, there's a lot of talk about, hey, you know, these guys cleared tier 30, but I mean, with enough practice, anyone could do it. But, you know, timed runs on a stage is a very different thing, and they not only showed up, they killed it with flying colors.
Like I was saying, with the dance moves during the Katarki coming out, it showed that there was no nerves. They practice this. I mean, they would need to clear tier 30 of that. So this team is impressive for sure. And I mean, I'm already getting DMs saying that, oh, we're learning from this group. So seeing that people are like, oh, we're ready for you know, the tier 8. We're gonna apply what we're seeing from this Failure group into, so that they can have a run for their money.
I'd like to know if we can get one of the guys from the team to come in for a quick call. Would love to have like a little interview before we close this out, if they're available. I'm gonna give you guys the floor to talk it out, while maybe Maddie and my team can maybe talk to them about coming into the channel for a quick chat. Whoever, it doesn't matter, Yuji, whoever would like to talk.
Well, yeah, I mean, just like I was saying, I came into this wanting to see something I haven't seen before. You know, teams running, you know, you see, because we've known Kanon in our group, we take the right side approach to the Kurtaki dungeon. You know, we've seen teams take the left approach, and we've seen teams just take the middle, drag everything in. Seeing in the torture chamber dungeon, seeing that last team, no other team dragged all the mobs, just ignored the mobs during the gate phase, dragged them all to the time circles, oh my, I was just like, okay, well now that's the way I'm running my dungeons all the time. I'll never do it any other way. You know, if I see any of my teammates damaging mobs in that phase, I'm like, what are you doing? You know?
Yeah.
So that's why this is so important. We get to now run through our dungeons even faster now to save time in our day.
Yeah. We that, like, it also now opens the door for this next term, because there is going to be another one. Teams can now look at this and say, all right, we've got to experiment a little bit more.
Yeah.
We've got to fail a few runs just for fun, to see what is and what isn't working. Like, it is time to really start testing things, because
that
the
bar
times
has
that are
been
being
set.
put up are hard to beat.
Absolutely. I think we do have the team captain from Failure in the Discord call. Are you there? Hello?
Yes. Can you hear me? Testing?
Yes, we can hear you.
Nice.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. I think your mic is a little bit low. Let me try and
A little
turn
bit
you.
low.
I turned them up on my end.
Did
I
you?
turned
Okay,
them up on my end.
it's okay. You
Yeah.
don't do anything. I'll turn you up. Can you say something real quick?
Okay. Hello. My
Okay,
name's
yeah.
Exka.
Now we're good.
Nice.
Hello, XCA. That was a crazy performance you guys put on. Can you
impressive.
tell us a little bit about what was going on and what were the vibes? Do you feel like you guys performed up to par? What do you guys lay it on us?
I reckon. Okay. I mean, I reckon we could do it on a bit better. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Room to improve. But you know, that was a new PB for us. You know, sub 6:30,
Okay.
sub 4 minutes, I think, or some shit. Can't remember. But I think we were pretty locked in. We were a bit nervous at the beginning, but then once we actually started doing the run, it was pretty chill. But I think it went how we expected, and yeah, just a good job from everyone. So.
Did you have any worries that any team would, you know, like did you worry about any team potentially taking the spot from you?
I think initially because we played a bit in Korea, some of our group, and like we sort of knew what the meta classes would be. So when we came in initially and we saw some of the lineups, we were thinking maybe we'll see what they can do. And then once they started running, it was like really intriguing to see, from my opinion, that like, you know, some slightly off meta team comps could really push some very fast runs. So I thought that was very impressive. I think the I can't remember the team name, but I remember the Funk Monk team with the staff one. I thought that team was very, like,
Oh yeah.
I sort of, you know, had to lean forward in my chair and I was studying that. You know, I was like, this is pretty quick. This is a different strat we use, but like, I think we were just in our own lane when we actually got in our run, and it was just, yeah, I think we were confident in our abilities. So.
Well, congratulations. How do you guys feel about tier 10 coming up?
Tier 10, I mean, it's an interesting different ball game with the whole bomb shenanigans going on, especially for that device part. So it'll be interesting to see how other teams do it. We have our strategy lined up, so I think, again, we're confident we can do it in a similar fashion to how we did the tier 5 run. So maybe you can expect a 3 second zombie phase push as well in tier 10. So we'll have to see that one.
Okay.
Can I, real quick, does anything change for your team in the composition from doing high tiers, tier 10, 15, 20, then to drop it down to a tier 5? Or are you guys running the same thing with 2 scouts, the Crusader tank? Is there anything different for you guys running a tier 5 to the higher tiers?
I mean, the team comp stays the same pretty much. The only thing that might change is just the speed in which we can actually clear the mobs. So, like, for example, when we cleared up to like Turka, Valley of Sorta, and Karma and Rage Forest, we had to go a bit slower through the mob packs. So, other than that, we might also change some of the like skill specializations. But my build's pretty universal for staff mode. It kind of works for everything. I might change some things here and there on the fly. But in terms of the actual team comp, that stays the same, and it's very meta comp, and it just pushes, it does loads of damage. So yeah.
I apologize for not knowing this, but I can't remember if you were on tank, or was it you that was on tank? It wasn't you,
No.
right? Okay.
I was my name's Exka, that I prefer. I changed my name to Mesmer or Mesmoon.
Gotcha.
Guild members like to call me. But yeah, I was the staff guy.
You guys, I mean, that tank did a fantastic
Oh
job.
my
He
God.
was zooming his movement.
Oh god damn. My boy Wades, he's different. He's different on it. He's got
he
fucking
is.
speed, he's got movement, you know, he's got it. He's like that. So
I've never seen a tank move like he was in regards to just not even movement speed of his character, like also his camera is just back and forth, just the head on a swivel, looking at everything and making sure that everybody is doing their job, and if they're not, he would take bring it all together. That was great.
I think I take pride in my team. They're all amazing, and I think we're all really quite well at adapting to the situations. And yeah, I think we're just doing our thing.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for coming in. I know well, actually, you guys don't have like a boss right now, but thank you. Appreciate your time, and good luck to you guys in the finals. Looking forward to watching you guys compete.
Yeah. Thank you. Also, want to say we're looking for healers in our guild. We're running low. We need some more.
There it is. Plug it. Where can they find you?
Our server. We are Failure. That's our guild name. That's our team name. Repping Failure, gang shit. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. So we need some healers.
There it is. Thank you, and good luck next event. I almost said next week. Thank you. All right. Well, there he is. I mean, that was great. That was awesome.
Do you want to talk to the other group going into this too? Are they around? Oh,
I
no,
don't
they have
think
conflict.
they're around. Yeah, everyone's gone for conflict. So, but yeah, guys, that's pretty much it. Any closing thoughts?
No, like I said, this is exactly what I wanted to see. I mean, Failure impressed me. Absolutely. I mean, I'd love to see my team into the finals here, though, so a little bit sad about that. But I mean, still getting impressed from these that Failure team. Wow, like just what impressed me the most is that starting pool in Kentucky, where they pulled everything and then the tank grouped everything together perfectly.
Yeah,
it was just I was just like, okay, they're really gonna
they
take
know what
this.
Yeah.
There's levels to this.
Yeah. So exactly what I want to see. Very good show.
Yeah, I thought it was cool, especially at the end. Obviously, the show, great. I think Flowers capped that off well. But to hear from Exca that they were a little impressed and kind of intrigued with what some of the other teams are running, like making the Michael Slave specifically, right? Saying like, oh, they're running this solo tank healer and 5 DPS, kind of making that work. It was cool that, that everybody is still learning, even if you are getting, 6 minute and 28 second tier 5 Caligrass done.
Wild.
I mean, listen, sorry, did you have something you want?
Oh no, I was just saying tier 10 tomorrow is a whole different ball game because that throws in new mechanics, that bomb which completely changed. I don't think anyone has been able to practice that bomb. That's something new. Well, maybe in KR, but that's something new for this. So being able to there's no practicing that, right? It's just unpredictable. So that's a whole different ball game. So it'd be a really good show tomorrow.
It's going to be interesting for sure. For those of you who are watching on Twitch, I am going to try and get this event, the finals, scheduled tomorrow. I will make the announcement in Discord. For those of you who are watching and thinking, yo, this actually looks pretty sick, I think I could take down the Super Juicers in Failure. I think we're pretty juiced. I think we can do it. Come compete. This is a test trial run for the big one, which is going to be January 8th. We're about a few weeks away from that date, so there is still time to sign up. Me personally, I've learned a lot from this little mini production here, so the next one is definitely going to be better. Hopefully Tanner and Flowers are going to be available for it, but the tournament is going to be super juiced, more riding on the line, a lot better production, so definitely come check that out. If you're watching on Twitch, !trials, and in the chat. If you're watching on YouTube, check the Discord link in the description below to sign up your team, or just show up and watch the event. But for me personally, the Mythic Plus race tournament stuff really kind of inspired me to do this, and I think the PVE in this game can be incredibly fun, and hopefully we've done a pretty good job showcasing that today. But I just want to say big shout outs to the team. Thank you guys so much. No one here is getting paid. Everyone's just doing this for out of their goodwill, to support the community, because we enjoy playing the game. So we do appreciate that. And for those of you who donated to increase the pool size, we have about $900 in the total purse size. Big shout outs to you guys. If you would like to get involved for the actual big event that's happening on January 8th, whether it's to be a staff member or to sponsor. If you are interested, just come to the Discord and contact one of the staff members. Okay. But yeah, grand finals will be tomorrow. Hopefully it should be tomorrow. Look out for that announcement. Boys and girls, the time has come. We are underway. Our finals about to begin. For those of you who are watching yesterday, we were not able to actually finish, but that's okay. We're gonna finish today. We've got the 2 top teams, 1 team from NA and 1 team from EU, and they're squaring off in a best of 3 torture chamber tier 10. We're gonna get right into this, but before we do, I'm joined here by my cast, Mr. Tanner, Mr. Tanner here, and then Mr. Flowers over here. If you guys can give a quick introduction and tell me what you guys think about this run that we're about to see.
Yeah, like you said, I'm Flowers. I'm interested to see. Now, we had that break between the last one. I don't know how this is going to be on YouTube, whether it's all together, but we had that break, and now they got time to practice Torture Chamber. So I'm really interested to see what new strategies they came out with, because they know that Bunny Gang is contenders. They can be super fast, and that Bunny Gang will practice too. So I'm interested to see, where did they shave off time? Bunny Gang now knows they don't have to damage these mobs in this jail room. They could just drag them all to that spot. So a lot of information has been shared just by viewing. So I'm very interested to see how they now shave off seconds off that clock.
Yeah, and when you look at the score or the times between the 2 teams for Torture Chamber specifically, I don't think it tells the whole story, because we had that major flub in with Michael's slaves to where they ended up getting bumped up to like a 15-minute end time. So for Bunny Gang, I think their goal, and it looked like their goal was, hey, let's just have a clean run. We just got to beat 15 minutes. We just cannot die. So I don't think they were really giving their all. I think they were just going through the motions to make sure they have a clean run to secure their spot today. So today is going to be a true showing, and they need to be on their A game today, because like you said, Kanon, it's tier 10. It's no joke.
That's true. I think this is very fair. I think that's very fair. You know, they knew going into that final round, all they needed to do was actually clear the dungeon, right? Yeah. However, it was the same case with Failure, and they had a very strong showing, not only in Torture Chamber but also in Island. And I'm pretty sure if you've been watching this tournament, if you had to bet, the money is probably on Failure here, but we'll have to see, because this fight here, ladies and gentlemen, is a little different because it is tier 10. Tier 10 meaning not only is the end boss a little bit more difficult, but the trash now has added mechanics. Every single time a mob dies, it will spawn a bomb, and that bomb has a massive AoE. And not only is it lethal, but it will 100% slow time down. There's no way these teams are going to be able to zoom through this, specifically because this is Torture Chamber, and Torture Chamber trying to go through the mini bosses in the rooms leading up to the main boss. There's a lot of different elements you guys are going to see. You guys are about to see. I'm not going to go too deep into this because I feel like the teams are actually ready. So I think we're just going to go right into this. But before we do, why don't you guys give me your predictions? I will start. My money is on Failure. It's on Failure.
You know, it's pretty easy to say Failure here, because they are they have the meta comp, they have the strategies down, but just to be, devil's advocate, I'm gonna put my money on the other team, the underdog.
There are no odds. Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. There are no odds. Well, there's no spread here, man. Okay, how about this? If there was no spread and you had to bet your life savings on this, otherwise you die, who do you put your money on?
Failure, because they've done it. They've done it. They've practiced it.
Okay.
They have the meta comp for sure.
Tanner, what
but
about you?
That doesn't mean I don't believe in the other.
Okay, fair. Everybody loves a Disney movie.
Yeah, so I think Bunny Gang come into this one. If I had to say, again, I think Failure definitely looks like the stronger team. But when it comes to what Bunny Gang are bringing into this one, not to knock any of their previous players, but they finished in 3rd place, just scraping by into that 2nd round. And now they've made some changes. I think some scheduling conflicts, but they've got the Spear Greatsword player from Michael's Slaves on their squad today, that being Izuna. And we know what the Spear Greatsword does to mobs. So I think they've kind of leveled up and had a perfect just plug and play player fill in on this team. So I think Bunny Gang is going to show us something. Like I said, I don't think we got to see everything yesterday just because they were just playing it easy. And now it's where you put your money where your mouth is.
Flowers, let me ask you this one more time. We were talking about spreads. If there was a spread and you could bet against a spread, if this was a bettable event in Vegas, what do you think would be a fair spread?
I would say, well, like I'd say 70-30, right?
What would you say?
Odds in favor of.
So let's say the spread. Let's say if we're talking about spreads, okay, how about rather than odds, a spread? Let's say minute 30. Minute 30 spread. Do you take Failure at a minute 30 disadvantage, or do you take Bunny Gang with the minute 30 advantage?
I'd give it to Bunny Gang.
Yeah, minute 30. You think it's gonna be tight?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would take.
Chat. Let me know what you guys' thoughts are. Type it in chat. For those of you in YouTube, write it in the comment section.
For me, it's like, because obviously a lot of people are going to be betting on Failure, and for me, it's like if Failure makes one mistake, boom, then all of a sudden I'm ready.
That's true. Here's the thing, and this is going to be the last thing I say, and we're going to get right into this. But guys, remember, Tier 10 Torture Chamber specifically is a very different fight. These bombs are actual cancer. If cancer was embodied in the form of pixels in a video game, you're looking at it and you're going to know exactly what I mean very soon. It can catch you off guard. It can kill time. And, I have no idea what's going to happen, but we're going to find out. And let's get right into it, boys.
Let's do it.
All right. So here's the screen. We do have a dual split screen. The teams are going to try and start relatively pretty much at the same time, might be off by a second or so, but at the top of your screen you can see their current official time. Once they start, that timer would go up. Failure is on the left, Bunny Gang is on the right. We've got a couple of POVs, and whenever the contestants are ready, we will begin. Let me open up the comms. I'm probably not a good idea to open up the comms for both teams. We'll probably open them up periodically. Tanner, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, so, this is it. It all comes down to this. I do think that there is a world where, as good as they looked yesterday, Failure moves fast. So I think if anybody could make a mistake, it could be Failure, just by maybe moving too quickly, right? You do anything too fast, you don't double check your work, you're going to make mistakes. So I think there is a chance, and I think if you're a Bunny Gang fan, that's kind of what you're hoping for as we look to get started. And I think just for format reasons, because I don't think we really covered it, it's a little different than yesterday, right?
Wow, that timing is actually perfect.
That's incredible timing. And yeah, we're running at the exact same time. So there's no learning from the other team. There's no seeing what they're doing in the tier 10. It's just you jump into your first run, and whatever you practiced yesterday is what you've got today.
As the teams are underway, 15 seconds, the first golem is coming in. Are we expecting any deaths this early? This is a very dangerous segment with the golems coming in. If you get shoulder charged and you get pinned against the wall, that's a death, and a death is plus 30 seconds added to your time.
Oh man, look at the difference there. Hawaii's already pulled the entire room, bringing them all back to his team, while Bunny Gang's tank is still trying to get that aggro on those mobs.
Big difference in movement speed here, Tanner. What do you think? Here are the bombs coming in.
Oh man, they stacked it so beautifully. Wipe as much as you can when it's all together so you have less to worry about. Stacking is always the name of the game, but so much more so now that we have these bombs to worry about. And they're putting themselves in an awkward spot, right? Playing in this corridor right by that first boss, they're going to have to bounce back towards the middle of that first room to dodge these out. And it seems like so far, the name of the game has been just avoid the bombs. But I think we're going to see some situations where you can't do that. So that's where I want to see their mechanics come to shine, right? Like, how do they push these bombs out of the way? How are they getting rid of these bombs? Because running away, I don't think is always going to be the option.
Failure very, very clean and efficient during that first leg, and they're already on the first boss as Bunny Gang is still trying to figure it out with the bombs and the golems. They're about to clear. Failure is about to clear the warden, and they're about to enter the second leg of this race here, Tanner.
Yeah, I have 142 on the clock there. There are a couple segments, not as much as Island, but a couple of segments that are just time eaters in this. We saw it right there where they have to wait for the axe, but that's just, they are, what, a good 30 seconds ahead. So now, at this point, this is unbeknownst to them. I would imagine they don't know how close the runs are, but they kind of can take it a little easy. They can look to play it a little slower, play it a little safer because they've got themselves a little buffer.
They are zooming. I'm not gonna lie. There's something happening with the movement speed with Team Failure. That guy, I've never seen that. The axe guy right
so
there. You
fast.
See him? He's zooming. Got Usain Bolt out there. I don't know what the hell is happening. They're about to solve the puzzle as Bunny Gang is just heading down right now. They've got the whole room to pull. It'll be interesting to see how they handle this room as the previous run during the preliminaries, they actually did not actually group up all the mobs. They actually try to clear all the mobs, and it might look like they're doing it again. I'm not really sure. Failure doing a fantastic job with the bombs here, and here comes the first wave of bombs in the red.
Wow.
Very interested to see what Failure's strategy is here for this one. All those bombs you see in the middle. They cannot stand in the middle. If you do, you die. They wait for the bombs to explode, and they regroup in the center. What do you think of this strategy here, Flowers?
They're just so flawless. It's like they know exactly when those bombs are coming. They gather them together. They spread out. Bombs explode. Go back in. Move everyone together. Look, the bombs are back all perfectly in the center. They're all on the outside. They're gonna bring them back in. Like it's just flawless. You can just tell this team practiced nonstop over and over and over last night because they were saying the bomb thing is new for them. So all they did last night was practice, and it's showing here for sure.
Bunny Gang they are in the same room, but it's looking like Failure is almost done here. Does Bunny Gang have a better strategy for this? Because Failure's strategy with this, grouping the bombs in the center, waiting for them to explode, and then bombing them again in the center, I'm not really sure, and I say this not doubting them, but I genuinely am not really sure if it is the fastest method to clear this phase of the fight.
Well, yeah, you talked about it yesterday too, where you don't have to be perfect with where you're killing the mobs, but that's a big change in tier 10, right? If you're coming into this one with the strategy, not only do you want to supplement your damage with your team's damage, because everything's a little bit healthier, everything's doing a little bit more damage as you continue through the tiers here. So I do think that this is just one of those ways where everybody's working together, right? You're making sure that all the damage is in one spot, and to do something like this, both squads kind of leaning that way. This takes a lot of discipline, right? You have to just do just enough to get aggro, pull everything on in, and then that's when you start to go ahead and blow through that full rotation, and you just run it over and over and over again. And I mean, if you're watching the show yesterday, what a complete difference in time than today, right? This was done, felt like almost immediately. Once they got here, they run through the mobs, and now because of this mechanic, it looks like there was actually a death on the side of Bunny Gang, and they're already a minute down. So what they were doing was looking like it was working, but I think their tank just fell a little short there.
Yes, I was actually about to point out Bunny Gang's team had 2 of the screaming devices activated. They only needed 1 more, while Failure is struggling to get any of their scream devices activated here. So if that death didn't come across, they would have had them all activated, and they would have been on to the next and would have been ahead of Failure. But now as you see Failure moving on to the next boss here, that death really set them back. But actually they got in too. So okay, it's almost head to head.
Bunny Gang clearly showing Yeah, absolutely. Bunny Gang clearly showing they were the more efficient team during that segment of the fight. That segment is so significant, as you guys can see. So much time spent managing those bombs. Failure was able to get the job done with 0 deaths, which might be the difference in this first round. That made up that time that was made up. I still do believe Bunny Gang probably netted a faster time even with the plus 30 seconds death, but it might not be enough as Waity's and his team Failure is about to clear the last bit of mobs and head to the final boss room. Bunny Gang trying to make up time here. Boss is almost down and they have made up a significant amount of time. The only disadvantage being that big death.
Yeah, that death is heartbreaking. It's not only the death, but they still have to clear this room. They're just a little slower on the boss there. And the compositions are a little different, right? Where we are completely spearless on Failure. We're bringing in 2 crossbow, longbow comps, right? 2 scouts on this team. They're able to output so much damage. And it matters in that single target, right? Where they can just focus down that boss. Both of these teams started that boss at 5 minutes and 55 seconds. And one of our teams is finally starting the final boss, and the other one is still just lagging behind barely.
Let's open up the comms for Failure. Not sure if we're going to hear much as they're relatively quiet during their boss fights, but comms are indeed open. Bunny Gang coming into the final room, about to contest the boss. They're just a little bit behind. They're really hoping Failure is going to fail on this boss, but it just doesn't look like they are. Keep in mind, this is tier 10. This is a much harder fight, tighter checks here. This will be interesting to see. Flowers, how do you see this?
You know, like I was saying, it was very close. That one death might be the deciding factor there. If the tank did not die on the side of Bunny Gang, they would actually potentially be starting even this boss at the same exact time. Oh,
big
Failure
death
wipe?
coming in from
Failure
Team
wipe?
Failure. That might be a full team wipe. Was that their tank? That's the question. Waities, it was their tank. Tack on 3 minutes, boys. We've got to fight. Bunny Gang right back in it.
now all Bunny Gang needs to do is take their time with this, and they could potentially win this out here, or this round.
You know, the best part about that makes it so much more suspenseful is unless they are paying attention to the stream, which I mean, I don't think there's anything that they gain from, you know, stream sniping, right? It's not like they're learning a team's location. It's not like a shooter game. But if they're not watching the stream, they don't know that. So there's probably still feeling the pressure here, and then Failure so much more so. What's really exciting about this is as long as Bunny Gang gives us a close, or a clean finish rather, I think we're guaranteed 3 runs. I think this best of 3 is going to go the distance because of how this first round played out.
I'm not really sure where the death came in, and I'm getting comms that their team didn't actually full team wipe. I'm not sure how that's even possible for, unless they were able to get the boss to reach. I'm really not sure. We're gonna have to double check that.
On the zombies, they had 2 wipe on the zombies. I thought the numbers looked fine, but I was trying to pay attention to both screens at the same time. But I think their 1 and their 3 were flopped or something like that. So 2 did die. They do have to, you know, obviously go for a full reset. So I don't know if you consider.
Yeah, I think even if the other players did not die, if you teleport out, it counts as a death, and I don't think it's possible to not reset the boss. Yes, I believe this will be an additional 3 minutes on the clock. They are actually catching up despite that. They're burning that boss, but like you mentioned, Tanner, Bunny Gang does not have to rush anymore despite having that single death. They just need a clean run here, but it looks like they're not super lined up here. Actually, no, wait. Yes, they should be good. This last ping should give them, it should give them the go-ahead. Here's the ping. There it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and counting. Looks like they're going to be taking this home.
Yep, like they were saying, the damage coming out from Failure, I mean, they're just making up in that time here. So if Bunny Gang can't beat this boss by, say, 13 or 14 minutes, then Failure's just going to take it, because that damage is insane on the side of Failure. Like look at the HP bar. They full wiped, and the HP bar of Calgris is the exact same.
This
like,
is absolutely wild.
They're gonna kill it first.
Actually wild.
After
The DPS.
wiping.
That is why the meta is what it is. but it's not gonna matter because Bunny Gang is gonna take this one home. Unless they wipe here, because we've seen it happen. No, 11:05 is the official time. Plus 30, 11:35.
Yeah, 11:35.
Oh my goodness. Like I was saying though, Kanon, you were saying, I said one mistake and hey, I'm walking home with a bag from Vegas, you know? So hey, Bunny Gang is where I put my money at here because they're looking pretty solid. They understand that, hey, you know, I could take this slow. Let's just beat it out, you know? And that's exactly what they did. They might not have the damage, but they have the way to get through the dungeon without wiping.
And so, like, wipe aside, the way that run was playing out, oh, man, if you're like paying attention to the timers at all, it was so close. Bunny Gang, all the way until the Scream devices, were almost exactly a minute behind. And then they make up 30 seconds with the Scream devices, and then they die. So they kind of go back to that. They're a minute behind-ish once we add that 30 seconds on the back end of the timer. But they finish the Scream devices off the back end of that death. Failure struggle with that one. They go up to boss 2 at the exact same time. Like, it was so neck and neck until the very end. It does look like Failure. They've got the comp for that single target damage, that just complete melt damage on the boss, especially for what they've got going on for Caligrass. But that, all the way up until the final boss and all the way up until the wipe, that run, both of those runs were so much closer than I think they look once you start to look at deaths here, wipes there, and the way that they're playing it. That was, I mean, it's a grand finals for the reason, baby. It's the grand finals for a reason.
Big.
Yeah, like I was...
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to quickly mention, I do apologize for the technical difficulties. I know there's some audio that you guys are probably picking up. Please, for those of you who've been watching since the beginning, you guys know that this is a test run for the actual big one, the big official one that's going to be held on January either 8th or 9th. It's looking like it's going to be the 9th now because we want to dodge the arc boss, but we'll make that announcement. So just please understand this is a test run, so there are going to be technical difficulties. Flowers, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, like I was gonna say here, I was watching the torture Scream devices very closely here, and it looked like on the side of Failure that they didn't have a game plan on how to tackle those bombs and also activating those Scream devices at the same time. And Bunny Gang did. The first wave that they had 2 of those activated. The bombs went out. The tank unfortunately went inside that bomb range before they blew up. I don't know if nerves were getting to him at that point, but if he did not do that, they would have had 3 of those activated and on to the next boss before Failure got there. And that's where you can shave off time, because you know Failure has insane damage at that boss. You need to find ways to get to that boss faster than Failure can, because there's no way you're beating Failure's damage at that boss. So you need that time, and you either need to hope Failure wipes, or you need to really lock in on the trash phase to get to that boss as quick as possible.
Yeah.
And it looks like the torture Scream devices is going to be where that time is at.
Huge time. I feel like that is really the only, because damage really doesn't matter during that phase. That second leg of the fight, excuse me, the third leg of the fight, where they have to clean up the mobs. They need to get it close to the devices, kill them in time, spawn the bomb, pull back out. I think it was very, very clear that Bunny was way more efficient during that phase, picked up so much additional time to the point where they were in the boss room pretty similar to each other. However, they did take a death here. And guys, remember, even though we are talking about the bosses coming in, this at the end of the day is tier 10 torture chamber. Tier 10. Even the best can die, as you saw there. Yeah. We had a death. Guys, did you actually see where that death came from?
I didn't get a look at where that death was. I know it was during the zombie phase, like Tanner was saying. It was during that phase, but I don't know how the death came about during that, because it's not like the boss is dishing out crazy damage there.
No. What I had seen was, it looked like they were struggling to figure out who was who, but once I think the third lightning strike hit, just from what I could see, and obviously, you know, feed through feed, maybe I was misreading the tally marks and numbers. I thought they had it in order 1, 2, 3, but it seemed like before they got locked in, just the way that they were moving a little erratically. And so I thought it was locked in. I peeked back over to Bunny Gang, and then I see the Caligrass shadows coming through and executing 2 of their players. So something happened in that zombie phase. Very first zombie phase.
We're gonna have to get a replay to come up, which, by the way, in the first official tournament, hopefully we will have that technology set up. Okay, for now it's just a scuffed random Twitch streamer trying to put on a show angle here. Okay, so please do excuse us. I am getting comms, however. I am getting comms that they got bugged out, and that bug being the zombie was stuck in the boss, which would make sense because the tank, and I believe the tank was then, he would have been number 3, and then number 3 would have been 1, but 3 couldn't move out of the boss. However, we were pretty clear in saying that bug, especially that bug specifically, would be something they would have to simply play around. That bug usually happens, if it is the bug that I'm thinking of, that bug usually happens when you're too close to the boss and the boss spawns and the zombie gets stuck. You're gonna have to space yourself out. Unfortunately, it sucks. There's not much we can do about it. We can maybe have a look. I'm gonna let my mods take a look and see if it's something that's worth redoing, but until then, I think we are gonna go ahead and move on to the second round. Right now, as of now, Bunny team, let's actually pull this up. Bunny Gang, excuse me, leads the way. Stealth Psy on that off-meta SNS wand for higher level PVE. Core on that very much meta bow wand. Healer Blast on that bow staff. Sovray on that crossbow bow. Muchang, their big DPS carry. Expo Dagger. And Regears, excuse me for butchering that name, with the AoE clear, using that great sword spear. As we take a look at the other team, Failure, Waities, just zooming, super fast movement speed, probably somewhere in the 300% movement speed rate, something crazy. He's on that SNS greatsword. Crixie also on the bow wand. Crix, big DPS coming in from Crix with that Expo Dagger. Very, very meta with Chixie and Sunny Decree running that Expo bow, just lowering the cooldowns for everyone with Mesma on the staff bow. What do you guys think here on the what do you guys think here with the second round?
Team comp.
I'm losing my train of thought here. Sorry, boys.
Yeah. Well, I mean, first and foremost, the Whelps is in chat and he says skill issue to the last, the bug. So I think that solidifies that this is just going to be something you're going to have to play out. You have to keep in mind, step away from the boss when he teleports to avoid that zombie. That's just something you're going to have to play around. That is just, you can consider that a mechanic of the dungeon at this point until it gets fixed, which I don't even know if they can fix that. You're just going to have to avoid that there. But hey, like I said, that spear, like someone else in chat said, Fen Chris, spears doing its job at that screen machines. That's having that spear is something that I think the meta might change to whether you have like a spear crossbow in your group, and that's meta. Oh my god,
I just love that spear.
Like,
I mean, stop trying to make it a thing, man. Come on.
Well, here's the thing. I'm Draconian and we hold 2 spears.
That's
okay,
true.
So the fact that they brought one to this game, super happy about it, right? So
the question is,
so seeing that spear shine is great.
The question. I mean, you're right. You kind of called it, but you didn't. But you did, right? Here we are after round 1. Bunny Gang leading the series 1-0. Now here's the question. I think it's very clear how much more damage Failure's composition is doing. I mean, they literally wiped, came back, and killed the boss before Bunny Gang did. I don't know if they're going to be wiping again. We are talking tier 10 torture chamber. It's not a walk in the park, right? And they certainly need to clean up their bomb game during the device, whatever we need a name for that leg, but the device
Monsters Inc, man. That's Monsters Inc.
Yeah, Monsters Inc. There you go. Monsters Inc. phase, right? So what do you think? It was round 1 a fluke? Are we gonna see it again?
You know, I mean, you could consider it a fluke because they wiped. However, I think that spear guy definitely knows that the way they save time, and also the tank, because their tank did wipe, so they did have 30 seconds added to their timer because of that. But Bunny Gang on the side of that stream device is where they save an incredible amount of time. If they can manage and get those activated as fast as possible with the AoE damage from the spear, they can move on to that boss a minute or a minute 30 before even Failure gets there, and that time can be saved in the boss. They might not have the damage for the boss, but they can shave off that time there, so that's where they're going to need to take advantage of in this next round.
as the teams are getting ready. Food buffs are up, and we are ready to go in the booth. Whenever the teams are ready, let's get this going. Tanner, walk me through this. What are we going to see differently from Failure?
Yeah, so for Failure, what I'm already noticing different as we've got Huidi's point of view, and in the previous runs yesterday, Huidi's was actually running the Mana Guardian to not only give mana back to themselves, but to make sure that their Expo Bow players had mana regen, a plentiful amount of mana regen. This time, it's the big damage, right? It's your Steno, the number 1 DPS Guardian. So damage is seeming to be a little bit more of a priority. And because you're stacking everything and AoEing it, I would imagine that is why we're seeing that Guardian on Huidi's instead of that mana regen.
The fight is underway. Bunny Gang starting a second early, instantly disqualifies them from the tournament. I'm kidding. Let's see what they do here. Are we going to see any deaths during this first phase here with the stone golems?
Well, I mean, here's the thing, you see the difference in the tanks. We're watching both perspectives of the tanks. You see Huidi's already at the end of that room, bringing them all in, while, what's his name? Stealth is just hitting all mobs. He doesn't need to. Like, he's gaining the aggro just by walking by, like Huidi's is doing it, and that's where, that's where the difference is. So Huidi just knows, all I gotta do is run by these mobs or aggro to me, and then I could group them up and then get the aggro on my AoE skills. And that's something that Stealth needs to pick up on. Oh, and that death comes on the side of Bunny Gang again.
Already that death coming in. I couldn't tell if that was from Reflect or from a bomb. I think it was a bomb. But add 30 seconds to Bunny Gangs, they take an early death yet again. But let me tell you, Failure, it looks like, during this phase at least, it really does look like we're seeing on the left this fight playing out in 2x speed. And on the right, we're seeing it in regular speed. It's kind of insane.
Well, Greatsword also has the passive, right? That once you're using your dashes, you're getting some extra movement speed. So Huidi's is definitely zooming, and Expa let us know yesterday.
I believe we just got a death from Team Failure. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think someone just got shoulder charged.
It looks like 2 are running back.
I need some confirmation from our mods. We're limited to what we could see here in the booth, but I do believe Failure just took a death, maybe 2. Tack on 30, maybe 60. Wait for final confirmation here, as they are burning down the Warden in true Failure fashion. They burn through that so incredibly quick.
That guy didn't exist. That guy did not exist.
Where did he go? Did he take a trip somewhere? Like, my goodness. Well, they're half HP on the side of Bunny Gang. I mean, like we know the damage on the side of Bunny Gang is low. The real test is right coming up here. The torture, what do we call it? Monsters Inc. phase here coming up. So
after the puzzle phase, yes, indeed. Failure is gonna do what they do best. They are so incredibly good getting through the prison phase here. As you see, they're gonna group up the mobs, drag them through. Everything is on Mesma here to solve this rubrics puzzle-like quiz as fast as he possibly can. It looks like he's figured it out.
Oh, got charged.
We got another death coming in from Bunny Gang. Their healer goes down. Wasn't their heal? Was it their tank? No, it was their tank.
Yes, their tank took a shoulder charge. Nobody stopped it. They're adding 30 seconds to the clock. Bunny Gang's still looking like they're trying to damage these mobs. Oh, no, they're just getting aggro. Okay. Just making sure. Failure already onto the mechanic here. Oh, man, these guys were neck and neck during this phase at this point. So Failure just making up so much time. It's impressive.
I do have confirmation. Failure took 2 deaths. Both +1 to the counter, +1 minute to the counter, excuse me. They are even in deaths, I believe. 2 deaths each team, and man, that is what happens in tier 10 torture chamber. You just cannot underestimate the trash. I really felt like this fight, this competition in tier 10 torture chamber at least, would really be determined based off of the trash and how effective these teams were in executing these key phases, especially with these bombs coming through.
I mean, you could see case in point there, right? If Bunny Gang just didn't take any deaths there, if they could manage to just, yes, their damage isn't there, if they just go a flawless run, no deaths, right? Because, you know, on the side of failure, they're trying to speed through it. They're going to make mistakes. They're going to get those seconds added. So, and those seconds are what make up the time for their damage. So that's all they need to really realize and lock in. No deaths, flawless run. Let's try to get it as fast as we can. Minus the damage department.
It looks like failure is sticking with their strategy, trying to kill everything in the center and then run out when the mobs spawn. I'm not sure if this strategy is going to work out for them, because this was just not very good time for them when compared to Bunny Gang's strategy. Bunny Gang might be picking up a lot of time here, and they're going to need that time if they want to have any chance at winning this during that final phase, because there is no chance they're going to be able to kill the boss and burn the boss down in the final room as fast as failure. What do you think here, Tanner?
Yeah, this is where Bunny Gang was going to make up their time. This is what we were expecting from them, but they just got here so much later than failure. And I mean, they're doing it at about the same time, but it looks like it's final stretches for failures here in round 2.
Failure in the final mini boss room, and they are burning that thing down quick as Bunny Gang is still trying to find a solution to this. What do we call this? Monsters Inc? I believe that's what we called it.
Yeah, the Monsters Inc. They got to get the Scream device filled up, man.
Yeah, so yeah, it's pretty rough. I mean, it doesn't seem like they knew, I guess they didn't know how they got 2 of those devices activated so quick in the first run. Maybe that's something they got to watch back before this final round, because they do get time to kind of analyze and sit down and make up what to do on this phase here after this round. We are giving them that break, right, Kanon?
Yes, we are. We will be giving a short little break for the final round.
So they just got to lock in. This is what they need to do. If I was on the side of Bunny Gangs, this is what I'd be saying. Okay, no deaths till the torture phase, and let's get that torture phase done as quick as possible, because failure is taking like a very long time doing that. Of course, they don't know that since they're not watching, but that's what I would do. Is like, we need to get through this torture phase as fast, or Scream phase as fast as possible, to move on to that boss, because their damage isn't there.
I'm going to go ahead and open up comms for Team Failure as they are in the boss room now, as Bunny Gang still trying to make it through as they're interacting with the cogwheel there, entering in the last leg of their fight until the boss room, the final boss room here. Failure is just burning Caligris down really, really fast.
And it should be smooth sailing from here. Again, they shoot themselves in the foot by being a little too close to the boss last time. It messes up with their mechanics. Now they are very aware of that.
Very careful.
Yeah, from here. And now, I do want to mention, yesterday they set 2 personal bests for themselves, both Island Tier 5 and Caligras Tier 5. And their personal best coming into this one is 854 in Tier 10. So I would imagine they're shooting not only to win the whole tournament, but to beat that 854 time they set coming into this tournament.
7:32 is the time as they're burning down. They execute the first mech, the easy mech, flawlessly. The question is, can they do it when they need 5 in line? Are we gonna reach it? Are we gonna see another bug?
Yeah, that will dictate everything. If failure wipes again, Bunny Gang actually would more than likely be neck and neck, right? Even if failure wipes and they come back in and burn that boss in like 30 seconds like they did the last time, it might be neck and neck at that point. So failure, as long as they don't have any deaths here, I think they just take it.
Close.
Comms are open. You are hearing Failure's comms. There's not really much being discussed. Not sure what they're saying, but Bunny Gang still trying to make it in the boss room here as they finally get enough progression in the dungeon, and they're riding the axe all the way up. Let's see what they can do. They really need Failure to get a wipe here. They need their tank to go down. Yeah. They're praying on a miracle.
Yeah. Unbeknownst to Bunny Gang, yeah, they're really praying for something. And I mean, 3%, 2%, 1%, yeah, that actually is a personal best. They just beat their 854 with an 841.
Even with having 2 deaths as well, they beat the personal record. That is impressive. It goes to show they practiced, right? They're cutting those corners that they need to. They really want to win out this tournament. They are not playing around here.
Let's listen to B team, or excuse me, Bunny Gang here, as they are still trying to clear the boss.
You just take the one.
No.
Caligris 83%. This is just a different thing here, Tanner. I mean, this is night and day with clear time.
Yeah, and I mean, this is shaping up to be quite possibly slower than their first run, which feels weird, right? Like coming into run 2, you would think that they would have an idea of where they can shave off some time. And obviously, outside of the added time that deaths give just for the tournament, sure, deaths take a little bit of time. You have to wait for your players to run back, reset, and get started again. But yeah, they definitely came into round 2, maybe a little too lax, maybe a little too thinking they had this one in the bag, or they thought they had the right idea, and unfortunately it wasn't.
Listen, I mean, we're watching the perspective of Huades here, and like you just see him before the boss is teleporting into the face. He's already standing there, getting ready to hit his abilities. As soon as a boss teleports, instantly that millisecond, he's already form swapping into the bunny or whatever mount he has, flying over to the torture chamber device to activate it. It's definitely movement coming out of the side of the tanks is the difference here. You see it in the beginning phase of the dungeon where Huades is gathering them all just with AoE aggro, while the side of the Bunny Gang's tank is individually hitting aggro on all of the mobs. So it's definitely looking like a tank differential here coming into these.
We are waiting. Looks like everyone's cooldown, ultimate cooldowns are on cooldown. We're going to be waiting for the the Guardian cooldowns to come back up for the final round, as Bunny Gang is trying to organize themselves here. This is just essentially a practice run for them at this point.
Yeah, it looks like they've got it figured out. They need to swap the last couple of places here. Looks like they've done so successfully. And I mean, yeah, this run is shaping up to be, it actually is just slower now with no added time. Last time they finished 11:05. This time they are just taking their time getting through it. And this is exactly what we expected, though, right? We expected failure to do their thing. We also knew that there was an opportunity to move a little too fast, or maybe think they had this in the bag, so they weren't completely locked in. They allow that bug to happen, and all said and done, we are guaranteed a round 3, right? We are guaranteed a game 3, which that's what you want to see in a grand finals, especially given the way that things kind of finished yesterday, right? I think we like the way that things finished off with the time conflicts, and we have to push it another day. I'm happy that we show back up today. The viewers are in the chat today, and they get to watch 3 games.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see. I hope we can get before the final round here, if we can get both team captains and talk to them one-on-one. What's their game plan here? Because to kind of get them to understand like what's what's happening on both sides here. Like, what's failure expected from Bunny Gang? They know Bunny Gang is one up. Where's failure lacking? Where what's kind of that communication? So it'd be nice to talk to both team captains before that final start if we can. Because yeah, Bunny Gang has a lot to make up here on these damage phase. So they have to come with some kind of game plan going into this final round of where to shave off that time.
I mean, I
also have a death here.
They do. You're gonna have to attack on some time. Now my question is this: I think we can all agree here that all the participants that are competing in this right now, at an individual skill level, not bad, pretty good. In fact, very, very good.
Oh yeah.
Is this difference a gear diff, or is this, how much of this is a gear diff? How much of it is a meta comp diff?
I would say, okay, we've seen a lot of different comps in this tournament, right? Only 6, and I could imagine if we upped that scale, we'd see a lot different. With the side of, what was it? What was the team that just got knocked off?
Michael Slaves?
So Michael Slaves. You see, they were not running meta stuff, but their time was impressive.
Yeah, very.
The only reason why they're not in this tournament is because of that wipe that happened, right? So it's very unfortunate, but gear, I would say meta comps is somewhat in there, but it's definitely skill based and gear based for sure. Like the side of oh man, I'm so bad at names. The side of failure has a lot of arch boss weapons, but also, I mean, you just see that, like, just watch the move in this next round.
Not sure how much
Oh,
the
two.
other team. Yeah, they've got 2. Yeah.
2, yeah, but you see Hades, just his movement is impressive.
Yeah.
As a tank, sword and shield, jumping between mobs, in and out, like it's crazy.
zooming.
It's
It
like
looks
I'm
like
watching a Batman
2X.
movie. Like,
It looks like it's being played in 2x for sure.
so that's definitely, there's nothing, I mean, gear reliant, but that's definitely skill. Like, you have some game knowledge to be able to bounce between that and be so confident that, hey, I'm not going to lose aggro if I just get the aggro by walking by these guys, because when I come back, I hit those guys with an AoE and then they're onto me.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you can even see there's a lot of skill involved, especially coming from the side of Hades, specifically as we're seeing his POV a lot being the tank that's really pulling these mobs. Not only is he moving quick, he's got a fantastic build for mobbing, and he is very quick to swap out certain specializations, certain builds at the right time. I mean, it is really min-maxing time here. And I mean, you got to give credit where credit is due. Now, my question is this. I would love to know if these guys have unlocked tier 15. Because as a little curveball, I would love to see them in the final round run a tier 15 torture chamber. I don't know. This is like,
let's get the team captains in.
Listen, if this is an official tournament, I would be like, of course, we're just gonna stick to the script. But this ain't, motherfucker. This shit is not an official thing. We're just trying to see and I think it's good intel for us to see how they do on a tier 15. Question is, can they open a tier 15 door? Is it okay? Would Bunny Gang be? I feel like failure would be okay with this. I would love to know if Bunny Gang is down, because the mechs are all the same. It's just tankier and it deals more damage. I would love to see a tier 15, and I would also love to get one of the leaders, maybe a leader or a captain from both teams, to come into Discord with us and have a very quick chat if they are willing to.
I'm bringing Izuna in, so give me a second.
Beautiful.
Okay, here is Izuna.
Maddie,
Hello.
okay.
Hello, Azuna, you're on the side of Bunny Gang?
Filling
Yep.
in for
Okay.
Bunny Gang.
All right. Well, you guys, listen, you guys are up 1 round. Failure did wipe that round. But like I was saying, we're watching it side by side. You guys on that first round had an impressive run with that torture scream devices, getting to that second boss where you have to AoE the mobs down to fill the devices there to move on. Do you guys have a certain game plan with that, or were you just lucky on that time, or what were you guys going into that with?
I think normally in practice, we're getting those correct. Obviously, there's a lot of nerves going on right now, so we're making just some simple mistakes. And, we just need to keep it clean, keep it how we do in practice. We're well aware that the other team has, a lot of the bow crossbows that are a very meta comp for PVE. And, our guild is more of a PvP guild, and this is kind of something we just, threw together for fun. We're well aware that our classes aren't ideal for it. But yeah, we just need to play how we play, keep it consistent, try not to, have any deaths, and just, beat them on that, just consistency alone.
Absolutely, because even in this final round here, if you guys didn't have any deaths on that the previous run here, it would have been pretty close, because that's where the time is looking like it's shaping off. Is going to be the deaths, is going to be, because you can't, there's no way, the damage coming out of the bosses, there's no way, so that it has to be before in the trash phase to shave off some time. So be interested to see if you guys, we're going to give you some time, be interested to see if you guys take advantage of those.
I've got a kind of a compositional question. As you know, you had the opportunity to play for Michael Slaves yesterday. Now you're playing with Bunny Gang. I understand that everybody's affiliated there. What is it that both of those teams, or that you guys just think as a whole, what is it that you guys think that the Templar, the Sword and Shield wand, does better than the SNS Greatsword? Or is that just a factor of your tanks are PvP tanks, so you guys run Sword and Shield wand?
I don't know. Just having another wand as a pseudo healer, and then having those, they have the ability. Wands have the ability to buff the party, give them damage buffs and stuff. And with the bows, they can sometimes even be able to get up to like 2 people that they're damage buffing simultaneously with good cooldowns. But yeah, just pretty much for a pseudo healer there, it helps a lot just to keep these runs consistent again. With how it is, I feel like you're not getting. I'm kind of filling the job of SNSGS right here with my blood devos going out, and then I also have the spear as well, which is giving us like heavy attack chance. I get attack speed and then base damage. So we kind of didn't need it since I'm kind of filling that GS role. So just having that pseudo healer in there is just a really nice addition for keeping the runs consistent.
Very cool. Yeah, you're speaking Flowers' language. Flowers is like, hey, more spear talk, please. Hey, more spear talk,
Exactly.
please.
That's what I'm saying. The spear's giving that heavy attack chance. The spear's giving the AoE. The spear gives a lot. I mean, it's new, but I can almost guarantee we're gonna start seeing, as more people practice it, a spear incorporated into like the meta comp of
you are
speed running
really
these dungeons.
trying to make it meta.
No,
Holy shit, man!
Listen, I know what I'm talking about. Okay,
YouTube, man.
no, 100%. I know what I'm talking
It's
about.
like,
Spear's
bro,
gonna be added in, whether it's in
with
with a spear cross. Because listen, Kanon, the rank 1 guy, what's his name again with the crossbow dagger?
In KR? Yeah, Chill. Yeah.
Yeah, he's using spear crossbow PVE. So hey,
Wait, hold on. Wait, like, how do you know? Wait, hold on. What do you mean he's using you literally saw him just in a skill. You saw him in a skill, or excuse me, a spear cross. This guy sees this person on my stream just in Discord with a spear crossbow preset out, and he's like, he's a spear crossbow main. What?
PVE, I'm telling you.
What is this guy?
It's there.
This guy. To be fair, I have no idea what he's maining. I have not been playing KR for a little bit, but yeah, I'm hoping we can get. Well, listen, Azuna, I'm not gonna hold you too much. Thank you for coming in and talking with us. Is there anything that you'd like to share before we send you off? Maybe a plug or recruitment message or a diss, whatever. Anything you'd like.
A diss.
Yeah, sure. I mean, like my guild Fury on we're on the East Coast servers. We're always looking for very talented PvP players. We're a very PvP focused guild, and if you guys have any questions, just let me know. But yeah, we're just gonna try to keep it consistent here and do what we do in this next round.
Well, here's the thing is, we will 100% be doing a PvP tournament, so you could definitely be looking out for that, because I'm sure that's where you guys can shine, because you do have some absolute crazy weapons for PvP. So I'll be excited to see you there if you guys decide to come back for that.
Definitely looking forward to any PvP tournaments you guys have.
I mean, you gonna be talking up spear for PvP too? I mean, shit. Shit.
Okay, you guys just have to find out.
I guess we will. Thank you so much for your time, Azuna, and good luck to you guys in the final round.
Real quick. I see it in chat. Yeah. Tier 15. Would you be willing to
the boys
throw
are
in a
asking,
little curveball?
We won't throw them on the spot. We are asking both teams internally. We don't want to put anyone on the spot here. So
gotcha.
yeah, thank you for your time, Azuna. Appreciate you, man. Good luck.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, we can talk to Xga. I'm going to bring in the team captain, Mr. Xga from Failure. Hello, Xga. Hello.
Xga.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening. All right, let's just put it out on the table, okay? What happened with the wipe? Walk us through it.
The wipe. Well, started off strong, got to the zombie phase, and then we're sort of still doing damage on the boss with the damage reduction. Saw that 3 and 1 were chilling, and then saw Hades in the middle on number 2, and we were like looking about, where is his zombie? And it turns out, it's stuck on the boss, and we didn't account for this sort of bug to occur, and then to play around it in that sense. So yeah, we had to wipe, and then we just tried to re-enter as fast as possible to see if we could spray scrape time off just in case they maybe finish their run a bit slower. But yeah, to no avail. They did theirs on good speed, and yeah, just how it was.
I mean, the way you guys came back after that.
You guys still cleared the dungeon faster than them, by the way.
Yes, it's like you came with vengeance. Like you hated the boss. And you just burned them so quick. It was insane. So that's yeah, exactly. That's what we're saying. I mean, you guys, in regards to your single target damage phase, whether you get to that boss fast, if you guys are at that boss, it's dead, instantly. So we're saying, do you guys have a game plan in regards to shaving off some seconds before then in the trash phase? Because we know your single target. Every time you go to the boss, it's clear, but it seems like it's slowing down a bit. Maybe at that torture screen devices. Do you guys have any kind of game plan you guys are talking about to shave off some time there?
I have some ideas, but in the sense of the device, we just try and pull them, clear them in the middle, and then wait for the bombs, and then go back. And I think there's an element of sort of manipulating them to sort of be in a certain zone, a certain device. It can be a bit tricky. I think you're a real master at that, then you know you could really be more efficient. Because like when there's no bombs, you can do that quite well, but when there is, it's like try and get them into the middle ASAP and spin and clear them, and then. That's we sort of leave it down to the RNG gods with that a bit, with some calculation, but yeah, that's sort of how that goes.
Is there anything in the fight that kind of stands out to you guys where you're like, yo, we got to watch out for this? Whether it's the bombs in the Monsters Inc. segment, which is where you have to group them and kill them in the center. Maybe it's the jail cells. Maybe it's even the first phase where you're getting shoulder charged, or the boss itself. Is there anything that kind of, I don't want to say scares you guys, but really kind of keeps you guys on your toes?
Yeah, I think definitely the big bad zombie dudes, they kind of, when they do their charge, like if you stun them, they can still do it after, and they can also sort of like, if you're in their path as they start charging, they almost sort of lock you in, and then even if you think you might be out, you get caught by them just because of the way that mechanic works. So I think that part we're always trying to really keep our eyes peeled on where they're sort of looking. And then obviously try not to be like on the stairs, because that also acts as a bit of a wall. I think that's kind of it. After that, it's like I think at the boss, as long as we get the first zombie phase done, we're like, okay, cool, it's go time. Let's blast, as our team member would say.
For sure.
So.
Blast. That's good. That's like a BDO AOS term. Blast. That's great.
Love it. Well, listen, good luck to you guys in the finals. This is the final round. Is there anything that you want to plug, share, say before you guys get started?
Keep your eyes peeled for the next tier 30 clear that we'll be doing before the end of this week.
Fantastic. Wow. Big statement. Big statement. All right. Well, thank you guys, and good luck to you in the final round.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Okay, guys. So I believe we are waiting on final confirmation, as Exka is going to consult with his team, and there is maybe a chance we see a higher tier. We are not sure. We need universal consent from all participants just to make sure it's fair. But hopefully it would be fantastic to see a tier 15 push. We will let you guys know as soon as we get confirmation. Tanner, talk to me. What do you think? Who's gonna pull it out in the final round, or are you gonna wait until we know whether it's a tier 15 or a tier 10?
So I think the only thing that changes as you get deeper is obviously things are just going to be harder to kill, right? Because you've already done all the mechanics at that point. So I think there's a world where the tighter Bunny Gang can be, because they have kind of been our mob clear, whereas Failure has been our single target boss clear. I think in a tier 15, it might actually favor Bunny Gang a little bit more, because they've just been more efficient in their way of clearing. And it sounds like the team has an idea. Both teams really have an idea, and it's really just sometimes it's a little finicky to be able to get that done. But if they can shore up the Monsters Inc., they can make up so much time. We saw it in the first run. I think whether it's a tier 10 or a tier 15, Actually, I think a tier 15 bodes a little bit better for them because they're just a little smoother
Really?
through that phase.
Honestly,
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to hear your thoughts. I want to hear your thoughts, Flowers. But before you do, I just want to say on the record, I disagree. I think the tier 15 would definitely favor Team Failure just because of the amount of HP. Everything's tankier, and they have just way more damage. That's my stance. At least, what do you think, Flowers?
No, oh, for sure. Tier 15, more HP, it means nothing on the side of Failure. They say more HP, they just say, okay, I gotta do one more ability. Right? I gotta cast one more ability. Yeah. So, for sure, on the side of adding more HP would definitely not favor the side of Bunny Gang. But like Azuna was saying, they actually, based off what he was saying, they have a game plan. They said in practices, we got it down for the Monsters Inc. phase. It was like being calm. The nerves was getting to them, so just being more calm and collective. So they have that game plan, and it shows. They were getting the torture scream device active, at least in that first round, very quick. So as long as those nerves settle down a bit, we're giving them time just to breathe. If they do get to that scream device, that's where the money's at. That's where it is. It's all dependent on who can activate those scream devices and get there faster. If Failure does it, if they can get it before Failure, that's where they can take the cake.
I'm gonna defend my stance real quick because yes, like in the world where 10 to 15, the only thing that changes is damage dealt to you and it takes longer to kill things. I completely understand that. Well, if you have more damage, ultimately it should be better. But because things are taking longer, that means that you need to be more meticulous. You need to be more put together. You have to do your rotation of mob clearing for longer. So there's more room for error for what already looked like a slippery mob clear for Failure. Whereas for Bunny Gang, sure, it's going to take them a little longer to kill things, but I think it's still going to look quite a bit smoother because they have that down a little more jam-packed. So I think in way of, yes, they have to do, or they can do more damage and Failure is going to keep up in that aspect. They have to do the mechanics for longer. And for the boss mechanics, sure, whatever. But when you're killing mobs that take longer and then a stray bomb is dropping because you weren't expecting how much damage you needed to do or how much damage you didn't do, I think there's more room for error in that clearing phase.
Sorry, I'm just getting I'm just getting some comms in right now. If you guys want to continue the conversation.
I do love the comparison of like the normal Stellarite to like quality Stellarite. Like that's what we're looking at right here.
Yeah, for sure. Funny. I mean, what would your ideal comp be, Tanner? Do you have one in mind of like what would you bring? Or like, are you seeing that a Sword and Shield wand potentially? Because here's the thing, I'm gonna keep glazing the Michaels team here, right?
Yeah.
They had the Sword and Shield wand, they had the staff wand in there too. And even to the side of Failure, they were even like, wait, their team was actually pretty impressive. Like they were doing insane amounts of damage with an off-meta comp. So, I really would like to see them back. And I mean, it's something in the future. I think we're going to do like a losers bracket. So in the case of if you do get out because of a bug or something, you get placed into a losers bracket. You have that chance to come back into the fold. So that'll be great to see. But are you getting kind of ideas like, oh, I'm going to start bringing a staff wand healer now or something?
Yeah, I was wondering if Izuna would maybe lean that way because he comes from that squad yesterday. So I was wondering if, hey, a Hail Mary towards the end here, we're running the same. It's not the same exact tank, right? It's not Frank's, but with Stealth Kai, it's still Sword and Shield wand. Do we maybe... The reason I didn't ask it is because I just figured the answer would be Core isn't built to play wand staff like Funk Monk was yesterday. But I would love to see that because I think that, that was very niche and it really did the job. It looked a little different from Island to Torture Chamber yesterday. But again, Torture Chamber is its own beast. These teams haven't had a whole lot of time. And, for Island, the trash is pretty simple, But when you get over to this, I think Michael's Slave's comp with if they had another night of practice last night, would have looked way better than the team that we saw wipe yesterday.
For sure, because you got to keep in mind and if people didn't play in Korea, this was the first time we've seen torture chambers. Well, one, we got it pretty late. They didn't give it to us immediately with the other dungeons, so we're NA was learning those dungeons at that point. But at the same time, this is the first time NA saw the tier torture chamber device. If you didn't play in KR. Right, so and that's probably some of the group, if not all, was potentially new to that. So they were kind of like learning the dungeon as it goes. So yeah, more time, more days, or something to practice. I mean, again, this is just a trial run. There's nothing to. If you lose this one, you win this one. I mean, win this one, come out with a cash prize. But the big one is on January 8th. So come out with a solid team, lots of practice there, because that's going to be where the brownie points go to.
And what I love about this too is it's maybe planting a seed for our groups that are PvP groups, whether it just be Bunny Gang and Michael Slaves or Yappers from yesterday, Nick's the team that had to back out, right? It's Press W, another one. If you are a PvP build and we're starting to see, Kanon's putting on events for PvE stuff, it's kind of merging both of those worlds. Not that PvPers don't ever PvE, but now I would imagine Bunny Gang's guild maybe puts a little extra effort into PVE, and it just builds up the game as a whole, right? It just makes us all like 100% players versus 20% players.
Yeah, and that's what the goal was of this idea that we wanted to take on this tournament, was to have aspects of everything about the game, right? Because you could be an amazing PvPer, but how can you handle PvE, and vice versa? You could be an amazing PvEer, but how do you tackle the uncertainty of PvP? It's not NPCs, there's not calculated move sets that you're going to be running into. So that's what we want to take scopes on. Who's going to be, the top PvEer? Who's going to be the top PvPer? And are those the same group of people, So that's pretty cool to see eventually how those turn out as months go on.
Okay, so we have received confirmation. However, we're in a little bit of we have a little bit of an issue. Now, both teams are down to try tier 15 with a reduced death penalty, which would be 10 seconds on death, a full team wipe being an extra minute. With that said, the issue is that we don't have a door for EU. Is there anyone in chat that has a door to tier 15 for EU? Otherwise, we're going to continue on with tier 10. Excuse me, we need a door for NA. NA East is where we need the door. NA East, we do not need a door for EU. We need an NA East door for tier 15. Is there anyone that can get a door for us? Sorry. What are you talking about, bro? Listen, I'm sorry, man. Look. I'm sorry. There's like 20 people relaying things to me. I'm sorry. Okay, so okay, looks like we do have a door for NA. Gnarly, are you good? You have torture tier 15. Perfect. Maddie, can you coordinate with him and Crix's team? And not Crix's team, excuse me. Again, with Bunny Gang's team. Talk to them. Perfect. Yeah, Gnarly has a door. We're going to see a tier 15 run. Both teams have not done this. No. I'm sorry. I'm reading. What am I missing?
Maybe mod chat?
Oh, check mod chat. When you say chat, I read my Twitch chat.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah.
They don't. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, which one is it? Because I'm getting literally conflicting opinions. So you just double checked? Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out. We're just going to continue on with tier 10. We are in a little bit of a time constraint, and this is obviously something that we just try to change last minute. So wouldn't it be really fair? That's okay. We're going to go right into it. Maddie, let me know if, let's take a look. It looks like they are, getting ready. We're just going to continue on with tier 10, guys. We will take note and possibly do tier 15 for the grand finals. I think that would be actually really good to do.
Yeah,
in chat, he said, "Is NA afraid?"
Well, we're not going to
Yeah.
talk about who said what and whoever said whatever, right? So there is a little bit of an issue.
Yeah.
There's some time constraints here, and obviously, we're not going to really talk about who is willing to do something, who isn't willing to do something. It has been stated from the beginning this would be a tier 10 run, best of 3, and that's what we're going to stick to. Give us
Here's
one
the thing,
second.
100%. Going into it, we said it'd all be tier 10. We just want to throw a little curveball in because, like I said, these two have practiced the tier 10s. They practiced these ones for this run, so throwing in that little curveball here would be interesting. But it didn't work out, and that's all good. It's not like they have to because we asked, so it's all good.
It would have been nice, but unfortunately, it is something that we are not going to be able to do. We are waiting here for the teams to get ready. Might I remind you guys, buffs, Stellarite, everything.
Yeah,
everything. A game. All right, so here's the thing, right? What we're going to see, Bunny Gang now knows that the way they shave off time is the mob phase. Now, let's see if this tank takes advantage of how they can speed it up. Did they go back in the VOD? Did they watch how Hades aggroes mobs to take advantage of that or not, right? Here's where we'll see it, right? This is where we'll see if they adapt or change anything would be in this run. So I'm excited to see this.
Yeah, Hades has got that Lantern Seed Festival build on with just like crazy movement speed. It's slamming every single cart. Like that's what a PvEer does.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think they also mentioned. I saw someone in chat said that one of them are running the Malkar crossbows for between this phase just to get that additional movement speed. I don't know if that's true. I mean, like I said, it'd be interesting to see like the active gear. It's not possible in this game, but it'll be interesting to see just both their gear that they're running. Because that Malkar crossbow, if you don't know, does give you that additional move speed. It looks like Bunny Gang's starting a bit early here.
We're about 3-second diff here. We are underway. Final round for the championship.
This is it, boys. All down to this tier 10 torture chamber of screams. It's failure. It's Bunny Gang. It's game 3. It's all the marbles on the table right here.
Are we gonna see a death, guys? What are your thoughts? Failure is zooming through this. Look at this.
Look at Hades. Look at
just
Hades.
Zooming through the Usain Bolt of Throne and Liberty.
Oh my goodness. Look at that, getting that aggro on the spin. I mean, that's something that you don't see stealth running. You don't see that spin. Like, that is something that we're going to have to analyze Hades. If you are a Sword and Shield great sword player, you're analyzing what Hades is doing in PvE, and you're probably mimicking it, because that is impressive.
They do have a similar tech when it comes to pulling the room. It's just they're so much faster. And failure takes a death, a big 30 seconds added to the clock. That's Hades, their tank. How much is this going to affect their end run?
And that like causes a huge scramble, right? Because where does the aggro go? Onto all of your squishies. You've got bombs, you've got mobs, you've got low health bars. Hades going down there is detrimental, but we get 2 on the other side.
2 deaths coming in from Bunny Gang. Tack a minute on. It's like when the door opens, Bunny Gang just shuts it closed. Oh my God, it's a heartbreaking loss.
No. I mean, we're talking about it. It's like just no deaths on the side of Bunny Gang wins it. They already had that 30-second advantage on that boss, but 2 go down. I mean, that shoulder charge is unpredictable. Actually, I mean, I wouldn't say it's unpredictable. You can see it coming and stun it, but it doesn't seem like they're, I mean, probably with the bombs, it's hard to see because those bombs are just as big as that giant mob there, so probably hard to see him over those bombs.
It is a little bit difficult to track. I do need some official word, as I believe Bunny Gang took 3 deaths during that opener as failure took 2. We're going to need some official word on that, but it does look like Bunny Gang is at a 30-second deficit as Hades continues to zoom through this dungeon. They're going to need to pick up some time here. Bunny Gang, that is Bunny Gang. This is a really critical segment because there is just no way they're going to be picking up time in the final boss room. Tanner, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it's burn it down here, and it's be absolutely perfect through this next part. Fortunately, the one saving grace, although they are behind on time already, is they didn't have to double back to clear some of those first room mobs like we saw from failure. So it's The boss one is down. Immediately Blast is on the axe. As our executioner, he's going to move his way through and get this puzzle unlocked. And this is where we start to see Bunny Gang shine. So if there's ever a time for them to start shaving, it's right now. Get through these cells, open up that gate, and start filling up those vials.
There it is. They are on it now, onto those vials on the side of failure. At 3 minutes, they activate that wall. At Bunny Gang, it's at 3 minutes starting the gate phase here. So definitely a slower approach on the side of Bunny Gang. I wonder if they've taken it too literal. Slow and steady wins the race here, because it doesn't look like they're shaving off any time where they need to. This is where they need to be shaving off the time, because there's no way they can compete with the damage on the side of failure, and it doesn't look like they're doing that.
How big is the build and the movement speed playing a factor in this? Because it really seems to be the difference. Waities is just zooming through. Damage is obviously in favor of failure, but it doesn't really even look like they're getting carried by damage in these earlier phases. Is it really just a comp diff when it comes to the movement speed stacking that Waities and failure has?
I mean, they are going from 1 point faster for sure, but I would say that you're exactly right though. The gear doesn't matter here. It's because, as you see, failure has really good gear, really solid comp, but they both end up getting to this point here exactly the same, right? They're both here at this point. It doesn't mean anything gear wise, but it's whether or not you have a game plan tackling the Monster Inc. phase that we're seeing.
Failure trying to be very, very careful. They have the lead, and a commanding lead when it comes to the actual progression of the dungeon on top of their 30-second time lead. They're being very careful with this, and they just do not want to take an unnecessary death. It is their race to lose at this point.
It really is. It has to be smooth sailing. They've got like a 45-second lead, I think, in way of just when they got started here on this mechanic. We've seen Bunny Gang, though, round one, this looked the same, right? It was Bunny Gang they were actually exactly a minute behind, but they managed to make up time here. That's what we've been hyping up after every single run. So as we see it in front of us, right, both teams are still here. We'll see if Bunny Gang is able to be just a little more meticulous and get through. No, it looks like failure actually do it in the face of the bombs. No fear.
That last guy kind of looked slow channeling, I'm not gonna lie. I was wondering if he was gonna make it. It looked like a rechannel angle. They are in the final mini boss room. That is failure, and they're burning the boss down really, really fast. Bunny Gang still in the Monster Inc. room, trying to make it through. It looks like they are done pretty soon, and I do believe they did take another death there at 30 seconds to the timer. Still waiting on official time on Bunny Gang. Failure burning down that final boss. They've got a few trash mobs left, and they're going to be heading into the boss room.
Now it's looking like Failure's going to take the cake here, but like we saw in the first round, anything can happen. A wipe can happen, and all of a sudden Bunny's on top here. So it's still down to a failure can just, so honestly, a failure just slows and steadies here now. They take it. They just win, right? But if they still try to beat
per wipe, if we get a team wipe, Flowers, we don't know. It happened in round one. The pressure is on. $900 on the line.
And Bunny Gang, I mean, they're playing with fire, getting a little tripped up there on one of the devices was Stealth Side. There was a world where they had another death, but they managed to escape it, but they're still working through this. This right here, this has felt like moving through a swamp. This is such a different look than what we saw in round one.
Absolutely, oh yeah, round one it needs to be studied. Someone needs to research round one what happened.
no, Sai. Sai's picking up collection logs in the middle of the run.
That my God, that did not just happen. Did we just see that live? What is going? I mean, what a slap in the face. I can respect it. It's competition at the end of the day. First zombie phase underway for Team Failure. This is the easy one. They just got to manage the red orbs coming out of the containers on the perimeter and line up 1, 2, 3. The challenge, of course, is going to be the second zombie phase. Are we going to see a wipe here? What's going to happen? They just got to make sure they keep their tank alive, and they're going to go on cruise control. One death from their tank, and they're they're going to be in second place here.
Yep. Absolutely. I mean, listen, still second place, still coming home with the bag, right? So absolutely crazy contenders on the side of Bunny Gang if failure does not wipe here. But it's looking like on the side of failure here is going to take it as long as they just lock in. That's all they need to do here, and they've done it many times before. Like they said, they're about to do tier 30, so I think they got it here.
I'll be honest, even if we get a full wipe from failure here, they might still win, even with an extra 3 minutes tacked onto their time with how fast they're burning it. Bunny Gang is trying to make it through. They've got the final mini boss at 50%.
And that health bar, it was going down pretty quick. We see it looks like a couple of players tripped up on that mechanic where the spikes come up. And they've made their way through the technician, but now it really does come down to clearing the rest of these mobs. The whole, another death there because the mechanic goes off after the boss dies. So this just feels like a heartbreak run for Bunny Gang.
Question is Caligris going to go into his final mech? They're trying to burn it down. Do they take the W here, or are they going to line up again? It looks like they're going to line up again. This is it for the championship. 5 people need to be standing in the correct position. We've got the POV from Waities. He's 3. Boss
the orb.
2 orbs early. 2 lined up kind of funky here. 4 is on the other side.
Oh, stunned.
4
they got to
is on
reorganize
the other
here.
side. This is kind
They gotta
of
reorganize.
what is happening here, guys?
What is happening?
What is happening? Waities might go
More
down.
orb.
This might be a wipe.
Oh.
They need to
This might
burn
be
it
a wipe.
quick. The DPS need to come and
thing's gone.
burn.
The
The
DPS
DPS
have to
needs to
do
come
it.
and burn. 5%.
They're taking the Q blocks. They all popped. Ooh, they all popped.
2%. Can they pull through?
Failure without their tank.
God.
Waities is gone.
They-
Caligrass is dying. Another step coming through. What they do is Caligrass goes down.
Oh
They did not make it easy on themselves. Guys,
God.
you just never know. You just never know.
Oh my God. What
Oh,
happened?
that was- Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but they
that
just
four-
I think
The guy that was position 4 was caught off guard on the other side of the boss, and it threw everything off.
you know what I'm thinking happened there is that they've never seen the second phase on any of these rounds here of that 5, and the boss was so low. I think at some point someone in their head was like, I'm just gonna try DPSing the boss through the DR phase and ignore the let's see if I could burn it, and it just didn't work out. He got instantly locked into that position with the zombie, and it was just unlucky.
Oh man. And you know, the flip side of the coin, as Bunny Gang still works their way on through it, is that there is a world where there's a complete reset and Bunny Gang still has a chance in it. But right now, just their formality, they're going to work their way through the run. They've been able to do this beautifully, right? For a group of PvPers to come in and slam some PvE content better than a lot of other people can who are strictly PvPers, it really says a lot to what Bunny Gang have put into this, because their Caligrass at the end of the day has, lack of damage, sure, or, not the most damage, but it has been flawless.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Taking the subtle deaths here and there. They have never wiped though, Bunny Gang on the side. No wipes coming from there, so absolutely impressive for a group of PvPers to say, oh, we signed up for this event. Because keep in mind, we did have a PvP event, and we switched it. I believe they signed up for both just to be in. So very impressive them coming into the PvE tournament and at least locking in that second place. Wow.
Bunny Gang has taken Caligris down to what appears to be 37% as they're just cleaning up their run. I mean, congratulations to Team Failure for putting on an absolute clinic, minus the hiccup at the end. I would love to hear what happened there. I would love to hear it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
But I mean, they pulled out the W at the end of the day. They got the job done.
Absolutely, you know, might as well change the name to Success because they came out with the #1 spot there. And they,
you know why you were friends? Because fucking dad jokes.
Yeah. So, I mean, great work on the side of Failure. You know, I always love a good underdog, but I mean, come on. We all knew seeing Failure absolutely demolish that first dungeon there. I mean, I'm bad with names, so I forget it. Turkey or something. Island of Terror.
Teriyaki.
Teriyaki. One of those guys. But yeah, you see them completely flawless. You knew that they were going to take the cake one way or the other, and they definitely did here. Congratulations to Failure.
Bunny Gang does manage to take down Mr. Caligrass himself. Official time being 13 minutes and 26 seconds before their deaths. It does look like we had 5 deaths on both sides, equal in deaths. This was a fight that could have been won by Bunny Gang. It absolutely could have been won, even despite the handicap with gear, whatever you want to call it. Despite the handicap with overall team DPS, 5 deaths coming from the heavy favorites. A Failure. That's a lot of time.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what they said when we talked to the team captain. They said we just need slow and steady, or go through the dungeon, no deaths, and that's where they could take the cake. And they could have, if they did not take any deaths going into there. I mean, they had an insane chance, but especially with Failure at the end, they're taking attack on those Mortis potential wipe. Like, anything could happen. So as long as you're perfect in that beginning phase, I mean, they had that hiccup at the stream devices there. If they didn't have the hiccup at the stream devices, that run was perfect. It's like, hey, man, I mean, we got the boss down. We don't burn it the fastest, but we know the mechanics. We don't wipe. Everyone's good there. We just got to really lock in the trash phase, and that's where they could have took it. But, you know, anything can happen in the tier 10 dungeon. That's why we run them. So that's what we saw.
Official time for Failure. Now, I know we're all in awe with how fast they are with these dungeons. We're all in awe with how fast they're burning these mobs and their movement speed. However, the final official time, 12 minutes, 33 seconds against Bunny Gang's 15 minutes, 56 due to the 30-second death penalty. Tanner, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, my thoughts are congratulations to Failure, because outside of the death timers, right? That the death timer only matters here. We only do that here. Their second run was still a PB for that squad, right? We knocked them at 9:41 because they had a couple of deaths, but they finished it in 8:41. So they came out when all of the pressure is on, and they're able to still slam PBs. And for Bunny Gang, I mean, I think everybody who's been playing the game, unless you're doing it start to finish every single day, unless Throne and Liberty is your job and you started it at day 1, the viability of having 2 gear sets is really hard. And there is PVE builds and there are PvP builds. So I think what Bunny Gang was able to do with, you know, the little time that they've been given, I think it really speaks to how strong that, I'm going to say their guild probably is, because they had 2 teams show up and both teams podiumed right next to Failure.
100%. Like, in regards to, you could tell that Failure at least has some PVE trait spec'd in, accessories, whatever the case may be. And in the side of that Azuna's team, Bunny Gang, they said we're PvP gear, PvP spec. We didn't really spec at all into PvE. Still showed up, but that goes to show how much difference it is to be PvE spec or having PvP gear for sure. But it is hard. Like, I started with my PvP set, but now I'm just finally building into slowly but surely PvE. So that's what it is, right? We're giving that time. We're giving, 2 weeks before the next tournament. Get that PvE spec, because you get that prize money and you could max out your PvP spec. So work on that.
Prize money for this one. There's prize money here, but I mean, we're talking $900 for a person. But you never know. You never know, because the next one's going to be a lot more larger scale, and the purse is certainly going to be over 4 digits. I'm talking to you guys, sponsors. If you're watching this on YouTube, if you're watching this on Twitch, we are open to donations and sponsors for our next big event, and that's what this is, guys. This was a big test run. Big shout outs to all the teams on NA and EU that came and signed up. I apologize if you signed up and did not get in. We wanted to keep this thing relatively small scale so that we can just work out the kinks, figure out what it is that we needed to do, and we learned a lot from this run. I hope you guys really enjoyed that show. Big congratulations to a Team Failure. Let me pull up their roster for you guys one more time. Waities on that SNS Greatsword. Crixie playing a flawless, absolute flawless wand bow healer. Crix doing some serious damage on his Expo dagger, and you know he's being, I don't want to say carried, but he's certainly being propped up by his 2 bow Expo teammates, Sunny Decree and Chixie, bringing down that cooldown with their mark or double mark, and each time Mesma coming in with the solo staff, putting on an absolute clinic himself. Big congratulations to Team Failure. You guys did fantastic. I think you guys really did show the world here today that you guys are, in fact, the team. And I'm just going to say, NA, I'm an American. Y'all need to step it the fuck up. I can't say that word during the official event, but you guys need to step it the fuck up, man. What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, it wasn't even close. I mean, what? Geez. I mean, it was close because it was matter of how many times they would fucking die. I mean, shit. We don't want to. We want to see a head-to-head, neck-and-neck competition. Yeah. We don't want to be like, yo, NA's got a chance if they fucking die. Like, come on. What the hell is happening, guys? Holy shit. Listen, if you guys are in chat, if you're out there and you think you could do it better, because I know all of you guys, there's so many of you guys in chat that always think you're the best, come show up as Crix and Team Failure, and these guys did today. Sunny Decree, these guys put on an absolute clinic. Once again, big shout outs to them. Compete against them. Show the world that you're good yourself and you know what you're doing. And I personally, what motivated me to do this, not only do I want to put on some fun events for the community, but I genuinely love high tier trial pushes. I think the trial dungeons are really, really fun, and I just really wanted to showcase how it can be competitive and how much fun we can really have with this. I'm gonna give a moment here to my co-casters, Flowers and Tanner, to share something, to share whatever it is that they would like to share before we close this out. But guys, thank you so much for joining me here today. Like, I really appreciate it. There's a lot of time and you guys are busy. Thank you so much for doing this, not only for myself, but also the community here. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say I'm busy, as I'm just currently playing Marvel Rivals all the time. But I'll tell you what, this event is on my main screen. I know I'm shoutcast, but still, I am locked in. I'm sure as many of viewers were. That was so fun to watch. And I'm a big, if you know me, PvP guy. 100% all PvP. I like the competitive PvP, but this is a new level of something I haven't seen. And it's something that, like you said, the Mythic dungeons from World of Warcraft, so that was great. So that's all I got to bring up is that please show up on that January 8th one. Bigger bag. I'd love to see some contenders that with those seconds matter. Let's start seeing, certain corners cut. Because like I said, we all learned something with the torture chamber dungeon. You don't have to damage the boss at or damage the mobs at the gates. You could move, well, for people who didn't play KR, you could just move, have them go through the spikes and kill themselves, basically. So it was great to see a great tournament, and hope to see you guys on the next one.
Yeah, agreed. I think there's something very special about seeing how far the game can actually be pushed as a player of the game. That's what I got a lot out of MBI, is seeing, like, look at these huge polls, man. Look how they're making this happen, and we get that here with these trials pushes. So I'm very grateful to have worked alongside both you, Kanon, and Flowers in this. Hopefully the three of us did this justice for the folks in the chat who, if you don't come from an esports scene, this is probably your first time seeing something quote unquote esports, right, in a broadcast. And hopefully everybody enjoyed this, because this was a lot of fun. I'm very excited that there is going to be another one. Another huge shout out to Failure and for Bunny Gang, Michael Slaves as well, because they're kind of like Bunny Gang adjacent. A big thank you to the players who came out and played, because without signups, this wouldn't be possible at all. So we wouldn't even be able to do it without the players, and the watchers. Without watchers, if you guys aren't watching, we can't do this either. Oh, and Sunny Decree, aka Money Decree, for throwing into the pot there. and helping the prize pool here. So I mean, just all around, this was a lot of fun. I'm very excited to see where Kanon you can take this and how it can be elevated.
Absolutely.
Well, I do appreciate that, boys. It looks like we are gonna get a final interview with the captain from the victorious team. I believe Exka's gonna join us here. We'll have a short little conversation with him and round things out whenever you're ready.
Yeah, that is pretty funny how Sunny Decree dropped the big bag in there and said, I'll get this back.
Yes. Yeah, we said at the beginning, they put it down and said, we're going to win the whole damn thing.
Yeah.
Exka, I think we do have the captain in chat here, or in Discord rather. Exka, congratulations on your victory here.
Hello. Thank you very much.
Can you walk us through what happened there? You guys, that was kind of a crazy ending. That was a crazy ending.
For the content, you know what I'm saying? It was pretty intense. I mean, damn. I died first. I was like, oh no, the big zombie, charged me into I suppose an oxygen particle, and now it like kills me. So I didn't see a wall that I got killed by, but that was unfortunate.
That is right. I didn't see the wall either. You did just die off something, yeah.
Yeah. So I was a bit of a letdown, but all I could do was just speed back to my boys and hope that we can sort of, remedy the situation. And then the ending, I mean, damn, that was stress.
What was happening? Because I actually did. It's funny because people were asking in chat. I would love to hear comms for this. I had comms open and it was still quiet. Maybe the volume was down. I don't know, but maybe it just wasn't coming through on the channel that I had. What was happening during that? Can you walk us through what was happening there? And we'd love to hear it.
I think we practiced a lot, and I think our comms we're relatively quiet. We all know sort of what we need to do, and we just sort of saw what happened. I mean, we got to the skulls part, and we were a bit what did happen? Oh, we our tank. He's a great man, but he did lose aggro in that one time, so that was a bit unfortunate. And that we sort of a bit of a kink in the works, and then we sort of had to be careful of our positioning. And unfortunately, one of our teammates got caught by the skulls. Normally, we would spread sort of efficiently and have line to sort of tank it. But in that moment of a bit of chaos, he died, and then we had to sort of think on the fly, are we going to do the second zombie phase? Are we going to just try and burst through the damage reduction? So at that point, we sort of knew how to adapt. I think we did practice a lot, and sort of we just keep the comms clear so we can hear zombie numbers, etc. And so that's sort of how it went down.
That's what I called. I saw the HP of the boss low. I was like, are they gonna try to damage through that DR phase, or are they just going to do it? And I know there was some confusion. Some people wanted to do it, some people didn't. So I think that's what happened there. But you guys still...
I sort of trusted the judgment of one of our members, and I sort of was like, we've tested it, and we can do about 6% of his HP with the damage reduction as a 6. But because one of us did die, we wasn't quite sure, so we went for the safe way and decided to go for the zombies instead, because if we ignored the zombies, we didn't kill him and we just died, then we would have been Jova. So
Jova for sure.
We went for the safe bet, and then
great thinking on, a great thinking on the fly, man. Seriously, congratulations. I can't say it enough. I'm very much looking forward to seeing you guys compete on the main stage here in a few weeks. Hoping to see you guys. I'm sure we will. You guys got to come assert your dominance in front of the world. We are expecting a lot more teams to be competing. And before we let you go, is there anything that you'd like to tell the world?
Thanks so much. I appreciate the opportunity. It's great what you're doing. I mean, if people can see what we did and sort of see, what's sort of possible, it can spur some more teams that maybe didn't compete, that may think they're confident that they can beat us if they can roll up to the main event. I think that'd be really cool. Because I think this game, if we can make some great community sort of tournaments and get the competitiveness in there, then it'd be great. It'd be great for the game. And I suppose in terms of a shameless plug, I mean, maybe tomorrow we'll be doing the tier 30 Kentucky. So I will be streaming that tomorrow if we're doing it.
Drop a Twitch link.
So
what's the stream name? What's the stream name?
Twitch link. My Twitch link is next below. I'm gonna grab that. I'll post it in the.
Sure. Well, this people are for YouTube. Could you spell it out, maybe?
Oh, okay. It's EXCALUL.
Exkalol.
Exkalol. Yes. So yeah, you'll see me on there.
Twitch.tv/exkalol.
I'll definitely be giving you a follow because I do want to watch that for sure.
Absolutely.
Let me do that.
I might have to stream it myself. Yeah. I kind of want to watch it too.
Oh. Yeah. So we'll try that, and I don't know. Kaliwas is being a bit of a tough cookie with the zombie mechs and the way that it's sort of been a bit different than global, and we're trying to figure that one out because it's a bit funky. But
here's the thing, Eska. I've already gotten DMs of people saying they've learned from you. They're coming in the next tournament, so I think you're gonna have a good contenders on the next one from the NA side. So we'll be happy to see you come back, man.
Brilliant. Well, we're ready for you.
Fantastic. Can't wait. Thank you, and congratulations once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys. That's it. There you have it. The first official champions are in the books. However, they are technically the preseason champs. The first official big boy tournament is going to be taking place. I'm just going to go ahead and say it because I feel like there's a 99% chance it's going to go through. January 9th, not the 8th. I've been advertising the 8th, but I believe we are going to push it to the 9th. Okay, just so that we can dodge the arc bosses on Wednesday. If you guys would like to participate yourselves, !trials if you are on Twitch, and just check the link in the description below. If you are watching this on YouTube, you're more than welcome to come in, sign up your team to compete in the first tournament that we have in January. And I'm looking forward to seeing you guys. I would love to see a lot of teams compete, and I'd really like to see failure get contested a little bit more. Guys, is there anything that you guys want to share before we round this out?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, or like we were saying, this is a trial run. So leave a comment and let us know if there's certain things that you'd like to see or certain things that you would have changed on this so that we could adapt. We'd love to get feedback for this. So please leave a comment, please leave a like, interact with that there. And yeah, so we're hoping to come out on the next one with a bang. So stay tuned for that.
Yeah, and as viewers, maybe not, if you're not competing, tell your friends, right? Everybody's afraid of every MMO going in the wrong direction, and the best way that you can help, if not by being a competitor, is by showing up and watching and showing Amazon Game Studios, right, Liberty as a whole. Oh no, rip audio, voice broken.
What is broken exactly? Which one? The music or the Discord?
Sounds good on my end. I think it's a good stream.
Oh, they're broken. Their robot. Oh, shit. We're getting the robot issue again.
We are robot-y. You sound great.
We're getting the robot issue again.
You guys are sounding robotics.
Okay. All right. Listen, I'm sorry. We're gonna get all this. I'm gonna mute Discord. I'm sorry, guys. You guys can just look pretty. They can't hear you anymore. I muted it. And I guess we'll use this as an opportunity to end the stream. Guys, thank you so much. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Please keep in mind, once again, test stream. A lot of scuffery as expected. I appreciate you guys for still coming, showing up, being excited, providing the feedback. And also remember, I am not a professional shoutcaster. I'm just a streamer that's trying to have fun. This guy right here is a professional shoutcaster, and he absolutely killed it, and he will be back for the first official tournament. Go follow him. I'm gonna have his links in the description below. And please, for those of you who are watching that may be representing game companies that are looking for shoutcasters, definitely hit up this man. Okay, this guy's he is a diamond. He's an absolute diamond. Okay, hit him up. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you guys in the next video. Peace.